And now the irony is because of the introduction of AI, it looks like some schools are backtracking and saying the only way we know the kids aren't cheating is if we give them the old-fashioned blue book. So,
yes,
I mean, Jen Leeper,
absolutely.
So, right? So where are we going with this? Are we going back to, teaching our kids the fundamentals and having them learn in a very fundamental way so that we can know what they're learning?
So I will say, and I know I'm probably a little further on the end of the extreme of this, but I do think we need to go back to blue books, especially for middle school and high school, in the sense that the kids are very tuned in on how to use AI. And it is just true for all of our brains that they're wired in a way where we prefer an easier task. So if we are not forced to do a really challenging task, and learning is meant to be challenging, right? That's how you actually accomplish the learning. We're going to go the easier route.
We're going to cheat. And cheat is the word, Jen. Why don't you just say it? Cheat. That's the word. Yes.
100%. And so even when they're trying to do all these workarounds to prevent the cheating, the kids know how to. I will tell you, I'm very worried about our kids aren't reading books anymore.
I heard that.
And doing book reports.
Yeah.
And there's no class-wide text in elementary school anymore.
Really?
And
what do you
I'm
mean?
worried.
When did that disappear?
I don't know. I actually was talking to a college student just yesterday, and she says to me, so you guys read more books than we did in high school? And I replied, I didn't know you guys weren't reading books. She's like, I haven't probably read a book in school since 5th grade.
Oh, God.
And we did excerpts and a lot of preparation for the test. We had lots of excerpts. I was like, oh. And the problem is that, of course, it's about getting information, no doubt, but it's also about working our brains to sustain through long and difficult tasks. It's how you build the endurance to do rigorous work. Mm-hmm. And also, we need our kids to be developing a foundation of knowledge. If they don't have a foundation of knowledge, they're going to not be able to make as many connections between things they're learning or inferences, right? And those are the things that are so important to having kids actually be really nimble, critical thinkers as they continue to grow into an ever-changing and rapidly changing world. They need that strong foundation.
I'm listening.
Learning through screens hasn't given it to them.
No, it hasn't. And I'll tell you, when I saw that kindergartners were going to kindergarten with Chromebooks, I couldn't stand it myself. And it's cringeworthy when I see parents at airports hand their kids iPads at 2 and 3 years old. I want to vomit because they don't have the patience or whatever to just sit with their kid through an uncomfortable time, a waiting time, and just have them deal with it with a different kind of a toy, not a screen. But what I was going to say is about all of this is that as I'm listening to you, the term critical thinking has been thrown about a lot. But I'm thinking of it now in a very literal sense because, AI, ChatGPT and Claude, which are the ones I use most interchangeably, I am over half the time telling them that they got it wrong. Over half the time. I will ask them something and they will give me a stupid pat answer and I'll say, no, you're wrong. In other words, I am being critical in my thinking and they'll come back and say, oh, you're right, I'm sorry. They do this all day long with me. All day long. Even on math problems. And if you say, well, Lisa, you didn't prompt it correctly. No, I did prompt it correctly. They will admit that they did the calculation wrong. It is extraordinary to me if we don't teach the next generation that AI is our slave. AI is supposed to be our slave. It is not supposed to be our companion. It is not supposed to be our best friend or even our friendly robot. It is supposed to be our slave. We are supposed to critically criticize an AI response until we know that it's correct. And if we don't train our students to do that, we're going to be lost. We're really going to be lost, Jennifer.
I worry deeply about the impact of AI. I think we know we haven't necessarily gotten the balance with the internet correctly, certainly have failed on guardrails for social media. And AI is absolutely enormous in the disruptive potential compared to those two. And we are going full steam ahead into a very unknown future. And I think that's not the right approach. It's not the responsible approach. And there is a balance to be struck where we have reasonable protections, particularly for children, while also allowing for reasonable innovation. And I will also applaud State Senator James Maroney is actually a national leader on regulating AI. And
we've had him on our show a few times.
He's been a real leading voice on how to strike that balance and to make sure we have appropriate protections. But I don't want to speak for James, certainly. Of course, to get legislation passed, there's always compromises. But I think there are further protections that we could endeavor upon.
So what are we going to do, Jen Leeper? So if we get this cell phone ban, and what's interesting is only 31% of Connecticut high schools currently ban the cell phone bell-to-bell in high schools, but over 70% are already doing it in elementary and middle schools. Let's assume that cell phone ban-to-ban really takes root. What is the next stage that you want to see? Do you want to throw out the Chromebooks? Have we become too addicted to Google for money in schools? What do you want to see happen?
Personally, I would love that. I think we need to think really carefully around where is technology actually additive and purposeful. Those are the places that we could continue to engage with technology for our students. But having all of their learning managed on Google Classroom, where every day the kids have to do 30 clicks to get into the section that they wanted to read for their textbook, the kids aren't doing that. And and I know other parents, if you sit down with your kid and you try to do that with them, it is so frustrating that you give up before you even get to the passage you're trying to read. And then it is so unintuitive to be reading on a screen because your brain is not capturing that information in the same way you do in a book.
It's not cozy.
And
it's not.
Also, our brain's math information in 3 dimensions, and the screen is only 2. And I think most people can understand, I remember reading that, and it was on the top left page of the top left corner of that page. But on the screen, right, that information is scrolling. You don't have that physical delineator of where it was. And so it's one fewer place for your brain to remember what you're learning. And we're really seeing that. The kids aren't remembering as much. The learning's not as deep. It can't be recalled in the same way. And Dr. Jared Cooney-Horvath has done a really exceptional job of laying that out in a way that when I'm reading this book, it's resonating. Like, I'm seeing that. I'm experiencing that.
Yeah.
And I can only imagine if you're a kid and that's all you've experienced in school.
Isn't that sad? So sad.
It is. And so
sad.
I would love a world where...
And the teachers have had to learn to teach to computers. I feel sorry for them, too. I couldn't teach in today's classroom. It would be too technologically intimidating for me.
Our teachers have been really supportive of this work and effort to try to scale back technology in schools because they see it firsthand. And they know, right, that the kids aren't learning and engaging in the same way that they used to. And I think in some districts, right, they've felt like they didn't really have a say in how this has been rolled out. And so we're really trying to say, let's think critically about technology. Got a huge push during the pandemic, not because we thought it was the optimal way for kids to learn, but because we wanted to ensure some connection back to school during a really unprecedented time. But when the pandemic ended, we didn't do the critical analysis to say, is this what's best for kids? We kind of kept marching ahead because these large investments had been made. And I've made the point that I think we need to support our superintendents and our boards of ed for saying, we know we made large investments here, but we are going to reassess, and we might now have to pivot away from those investments because we've learned that's not what is serving our children best. That's not what's preparing them for an unknown future. And we're going to actually head back to textbooks in a lot of places. And we're going to build out computer labs because, of course, kids still need computer literacy skills. But that's not the same as all learning happening through the medium of computers. And so I think it is my hope that we will be patient with our superintendents and actually reward them for making what might otherwise be a pretty difficult choice.
I think the idea of getting back to hard textbooks is essential. When I heard that they were doing digital textbooks, I wept. I wept. There's no
Yes.
way you can learn anything on a digital textbook. It's bullshit. Sorry, I shouldn't say that on the air. It's BS.
I'm with you, Lisa.
I mean, really, it's ridiculous. Jennifer Leeper, thank you very much. Thanks for taking a leadership role in this.
Oh, thanks for saying that. I appreciate it. And it's one of these issues that is really actually resonating with families when you talk with them about what's happening with their kid in school.
Yeah.
They feel it too.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes we don't know what to do. How do you change this? Is this just the future? There's a lot of trust, right, that goes into sending your kid to school for the experts. And now we have new information. And so it's an opportunity to evaluate and reset.
We are still chatting with Jennifer Leeper, who is the chair of the Education Committee. She's a state rep Democrat from Fairfield. Jen, I want to ask you something, and I don't know if you, I don't know if you have a position on this or not, but it looks like there is a Trump program that, according to Connecticut Insider, most K-12 Connecticut students will be able to qualify if the state opts into. These are for new scholarships. And it's a new federal tax credit launching in 2027, and it's called the Education Freedom Tax Credit. And it's $1,700 annually that taxpayers can get for donating to certain nonprofits that will then give scholarships to families to defray their educational expenses. And it says, should Connecticut opt in, nearly 9 in 10 students would be eligible for these scholarships to help pay for private school tuition. What do you think about this? Is this something Connecticut should opt into?
So this is a very hotly debated topic, of course, and I have real concerns. There's not a lot of guidance. There's not a lot of guardrails. So there are these sort of middlemen, education middlemen, that get to distribute the scholarships. There's not a lot of guidance around what those are. Are they allowed to take big fees? Are there directives on who they can grant the scholarships to? Is this a one-for-one where I get 100% tax cut, I give it to this middleman, and then my kid gets that tuition back?
That's probably what most parents are hoping, frankly.
Are there asset limits? Like, I think it's being billed for under the guise that this is going to help allow for school choice for more low-income students. But there's actually nothing in the program that prescribes such an arrangement.
Well, let me ask you this. Are you in favor of more school choice for low-income parents, like as a policy matter? Do you believe in that, or do you think everybody should be rooted to the public schools?
So I think I've historically been in support of school choice, but I think it is a Band-Aid. It's not a long-term solution. And the more and more choices we have, the less money there is for any really robust reform to improve the public schools. And I think that's where the rub is also. We're seeing it across the nation. In the states that are going full tilt with school choice, they're bankrupting their public schools. We have states in this country where you have 4-day-a-week school, because there's not the budgets in place to fund 5 days. And then we wonder why, people aren't more prepared, right, when they get out of school. So I think that is really the debate, and there's no perfect answer. And I have, as I'm sure you can imagine, many colleagues that are adamantly opposed to any choice. And I like to remind them, if their child was zoned for a persistently underperforming school, you would never tolerate it.
You would
right?
not.
You
That's
would
correct.
demand choice.
That's right.
And in most communities, what we have had are the choices being advocated for from families who know their child deserves better. And I want to also say, of course, for those zoned public schools that are underperforming, that is in large part based on historic underfunding. Right. We know when you have a higher density population where a higher proportion of those students are of greater need, you generally also have a lower tax base. And it's a really disastrous recipe for ensuring kids actually have equal opportunity in their school.
Well, I don't know. We could debate that, Jen, because New York City pays one of the highest per capita in the world, in the country, on students in public schools, and the performance does not show it. That's not always true.
I guess I would need what the per pupil. I worked in New York City, and there wasn't like an abundance of funding. But we could talk here in Connecticut.
Well,
right?
maybe a lot of it gets lost in middlemen, and it doesn't come down to the kids, Jen. You know what I'm saying? Like, hello. There's a lot of corruption in those boards of ed in New York City. Let's just say a lot. So. But I don't want to digress. But in listen, right? And in Connecticut, and we have lately, I think, the second most highest performing public school system. So I was just wondering if you were advising the governor whether to allow Connecticut to opt in on this, whether you had an answer.
I would want some more clarity on what the guardrails are to ensure there's not a lot of grift happening in those middlemen, and that this is long-term sustainable and not going to drive dollars out of also our other nonprofits who
Thank you.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Sunny, warm, and less humid the rest of this afternoon in the low 80s. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight in the low 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow in the low 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's August 4th. Born on this day, actor and comedian in Bridgeport, born and raised, Richard Belzer.
It's pretty amazing for a cop show to be more than just a shoot 'em up. So we're very proud of that.
Also celebrating a birthday today, President Barack Obama.
Happy birthday, President Obama.
Happy birthday, President Obama.
Happy birthday, President Obama.
And today in 1790, we celebrate the founding of the U.S. Coast Guard.
Give us your all. We will prove to you that you can do more than you ever thought you were capable of.
All right, let's go.
August 4th. That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Congressman Max Miller, Ohio Republican, over his re-election campaign after accusations of domestic abuse, which he denies. ABC News Washington managing editor Catherine Falders.
Trump expressed concerns over his candidacy and said it was in jeopardy. Now, according to sources, Miller did tell Trump that he was going to stay in the race.
Senator Bernie Moreno, Ohio Republican, whose daughter is divorced from Miller, says he worries about his 2-year-old granddaughter.
She's going to have high-definition videos. She's going to have news stories. She's going to have everything out there. She's going to read that as an adult going, what the heck happened and why is my life the subject of so much publicity? It is grotesque where we are today.
Moreno has publicly said his ex-son-in-law is not fit to continue in Congress. Oil prices higher amid uncertainty over the Strait of Hormuz. Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Suffice it to say there's been progress made in those talks, but not finality yet. We're hoping that will happen very shortly.
And what's being negotiated now?
The denuclearization of Iran is the ultimate deal. I think the immediate deal, and the one that you're seeing a lot of focus on, is the Straits. The Straits, there are ships moving through the Straits. There's oil moving right now through the Straits. So the Straits are open.
But officials and shipping companies say a lot fewer ships than normal are daring to venture through. ABC News Chief Business Correspondent Rebecca Jarvis.
The price of gasoline now $4.07 across the country. That is the nationwide average, 2 cents overnight and more than 30 cents from a month ago.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was confirmed in past hours by the Senate Judiciary Committee along party lines. The full Senate vote could happen on Saturday. ABC's Peter Haralambous.
Blanche's confirmation still faces one more hurdle, with at least 7 other Republican senators previously expressing concerns about his nomination. Blanche can only afford to lose 2 Republican votes for his nomination to survive.
Our Peter Haralambous, and you're listening to ABC News.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
A man's arrested accused of starting the largest of the 3 wildfires in Spokane, Washington. He went to prison for manslaughter in his father's 2010 killing in Arizona. What started as a boil water advisory because of a pump station outage is now being investigated as part of a broader attack on the nation's water supply in Clayton County, Georgia, says local media. Wall Street markets are rallying toward a record as companies keep piling up profits and oil prices ease. Stock prices tend to follow the path of corporate earnings long term. Japan needs to adapt to new methods of warfare like using artificial intelligence and drones that have been deployed in Ukraine and the Middle East, and to strengthen its defense industry, says the Japanese government. Japan has started deploying long-range cruise missiles. Sharing his story, the man who confronted a gunman with his semi-automatic pistol during a mass shooting outside a fast food restaurant in Twin Falls, Idaho, Saturday. 35-year-old Jordan Salinas.
My goal was to try to help as many people get home as possible, to be with their families, to be with their friends. That was the entire goal.
Salinas says he started training for a mass shooting after one 5 years ago at an Idaho mall. 3 people were killed last weekend, several others injured. Police say the gunman died at the scene from a self-inflicted gunshot, and so far there is no word on a possible motive. Chuck Severson, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Milford residents are weighing in on the flock camera debate. Many attended a Board of Aldermen meeting last night with a Milford Republican group asking for the cameras to be removed, citing privacy concerns. The meeting was the first of its kind since several cameras were vandalized in mid-July. City police are still searching for the suspects. While many are concerned that the cameras record the license plate, make, and model of every car picked up on the cameras, the company says the data is only stored for 30 days and they are used to help locate stolen vehicles and missing persons. The body pulled from the West River in New Haven has been identified. The medical examiner has identified the body recovered from the river on Sunday as that of 13-year-old King Best. Best had been missing since he jumped into the river early Thursday morning. And a boil water advisory has been lifted for thousands of residents and businesses in Waterbury. The advisory had been issued for approximately 15,000 customers after 2 water main breaks occurred along Tompkins Street. Officials say all water samples from the affected areas tested negative for bacteria. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95, some slow volume out of Stamford through Darien, patchy volume into Westport as well. Parkway northbound, see some earlier construction out of Greenwich getting up through New Canaan. A little bit slow, the old 41, 42 in Westport, building on the Fairfield side. Route 8 construction in through Derby and Ansonia. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, below 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow, below 80s. Thursday, a few showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So what if I told you, what if I read you this headline as it appears in a Hearst publication today? I'm going to read you part of the headline here, and you tell me in your mind, in your mind's eye, your mind's ear, really quickly whether or not there's anything disturbing in this headline. It's a story by Natasha Sokoloff. Actually, the story was posted late yesterday, but it is a continuing issue that we've been following, at least I have on this program, and I think Lisa has done some stuff on it too, and Melissa as well. Well, if you heard this headline, what would you think? Here's the headline, quote, most K through 12 Connecticut students could qualify for a new scholarship if the state opts into a new program. Right? I'll read it again. Most, not all, not a little, most K through 12 Connecticut students could qualify for new scholarships if the state opts into a new program. Now, you're saying to yourself, scholarship, that's good, right? Isn't that a good thing? Right? Wouldn't the state's teachers union, the Connecticut Education Association, and AFT Connecticut, wouldn't they be all on board for it? Oh. No, sir, no, ma'am, no kids, no nona, no papa, no. Because I left a 5-letter word out of the headline there, and the word was Trump. So the real headline without my editing here is this. Most K-12 Connecticut students could qualify for new scholarships if the state opts into new Trump program or into Trump program. And the story starts, I'll read a little bit of this for you here because it just shows the intransigence, the temper tantrums that our two main state teachers unions always throw. And sadly, our majority Democratic leadership in Connecticut act as lapdogs to, from the governor's office on down. Whether or not thousands, not a few well-to-do students, not picking and choosing, whether or not thousands of K-12 students in Connecticut will qualify for scholarships under a new federal program rests on a decision the state has yet to make. Yes. some of the people from the governor on down need to have a spine on this, and I don't think they will. Now, there's a new federal tax credit. And I've told you about this before, but I want to tell you about this again because there's a great story in CT Insider, and the governor has not said whether or not he's going to participate in this yet. And the teachers' unions, the CEA and the AFT Connecticut, are acting like spoiled children. They're throwing fits that the governor might actually consider this. But here's the thing, folks. It's a no-brainer. There's no Connecticut school funding at all involved here. But yet just the idea of giving many families, including many minority families too, Black and Hispanic families who are in lousy, underperforming schools, just the notion of giving those people a choice through the federal government and bypassing the rigmarole in Connecticut apparently doesn't sit well with AFT Connecticut and with the Connecticut Education Association. And that's not me saying it. They're the ones warning the governor, hey, don't you do this. And of course, I hate to say it, but my gut feeling tells me the governor and the Democrats in Hartford are going to kowtow to these people. They're going to genuflect at the altar of the teachers' unions and not at least give this a shot. And they're bitching and moaning and whining about funding. You know Connecticut's one of the top 4 per pupil funding states in America. It's about $24,000 a year. So this notion that, it's going to take so much money and we don't fund the poor children. Oh, please stop it. You get ridiculous after a while. The new federal tax credit that's launching next year, and again, Connecticut still has not made a decision on this, even though like 30 other states have. Because, of course, here in Connecticut, we can't do something that 30 other states do, because, God forbid, the teachers' unions might get upset. Oh, can't have that, can we? In Connecticut, it says right here, the pressure is on Governor Ned Lamont, who's facing clashing calls about whether the state should be on board as the incumbent Democrat campaigns for a third term. Come on, Governor, grow a spine on this. You yourself have said in the past, this is like free money. You've said this, and you're right. It is like free money. So what are you so afraid of, Ned? What are you afraid of? Tell the teachers' unions to go pound sand. You're the governor, and we're going to do this. Show some freaking leadership. Opt into it for a set amount of time. If it doesn't work, pull the state out of it. See, folks, this is another example of we yammer about school choice and our schools have to get better, just the way we yammer and stammer about electric bills being too high, and we yammer and stammer about this, that, and the other. But there's a lot of stuff that's just too hard to do, or there's too much blowback politically, so we don't do anything. The program is called the Education Freedom Tax Credit. It was enacted as part of that One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So far, about 30 states, 30 out of 50, yes, even I know there are 50 states. Even some blue states are going to do this. So it's not all red states. It's mostly red states, but even some blue states are going to do this. So far, about 30 states have indicated they will participate in the program, which allows taxpayers to get a federal tax credit of up to $1,700 annually for donating money to certain nonprofits in their states that will then give scholarships to families, K-12, education expenses, and all that. What's wrong with that? If you're a unionized teacher, tell me what's wrong with that. Because there isn't anything wrong with that. Because the teachers' unions, and not the individual teachers, because I would think a lot of them would be in favor of this, but the unions, it's the same old one-note samba. The hatred that unionized teachers, many of them have, and the school unions for charter schools or for an alternate path of education is so petty. It's so freaking petty. It really is. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. How do you not participate in this when there is no state money involved here? Now, I know what the answer is. The governor would have to submit a list of scholarship organizations that these tax credits can be translated into money for. And a lot of people don't like that. So who are we at what point do we say kids are more important than the teachers' unions? And again, I have nothing against teachers. I have friends and family members who teach. They're wonderful people. Without teachers, we would have an uneducated society. But after a while, some chief executive has got to tell the teachers' unions in this state, we love you, but I'm the boss, and you don't tell me what to do. What do you think? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You get an up to $1,700 federal tax credit off of what you owe Uncle Sam. And what you have to do is to get that tax credit, you have to follow up and donate to a scholarship granting organization, an SGO in your state. Explain to me what the problem is with that. Seriously. How is that destroying public education?
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
Dude, I just got this car.
Yeah, sorry, man. Take it to my friend. He can do it for cheap.
Hi, this is Chris from Sono Collision. Don't just go to anybody for your repairs. Choose the best. Remember, you're the one that has to live with the repairs. It's your choice, so pick quality at Sono Collision. Go to sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955. Your car will thank you.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
You work too hard to leave your business unprotected. Whether it's after-hours break-ins, employee access, security cameras, alarms, or knowing what's happening when you're away, Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting has you covered. PPC designs, installs, and services security cameras designed to your business from one location to multiple facilities. Property Protection Consulting will protect your people, your property, and your peace of mind. Property Protection Consulting, your business security company. PPCalarms.com.
I'm Sarah. I'm 7 years old and live with my mom and grandma. I miss school and I really miss the cafeteria. There's always food there. Summer is hard for us. There's never enough food at home, so we go to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission Cafe. Sometimes it's our only meal. Thanks to the Bridgeport Rescue Mission, we have a place to go on tough days. But they can't do it without your support. Will you be our hero and provide a meal when we need it? Please donate to BridgeportRescueMission.org. Thank you.
Here's a pickle. You're running a quick errand when another driver runs a red light and crashes right into you. Now you're facing medical bills, missed work, and pressure from insurance companies. You shouldn't have to deal with that alone.
Hi, I'm Alan Pickell of the Pickell Law Firm. Since 1990, we've been helping Connecticut clients recover compensation after devastating injuries.
If you're in a pickle, call Pickell at 475-4PICKELL because results matter. PickellLaw.com.
WICC 600 AM and 95.9 FM has your traffic covered. Listen weekdays for the most up-to-date traffic reports brought to you by Smart MLS. There's a smarter way to sell your home.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
No major construction projects working on 95 or the Parkway. Both roadways, pretty good ride coming from Stamford all the way up into Bridgeport. We do have construction on Route 8 that's slowing you down southbound, getting into Derby out of Ansonia, northbound with delays into the Commodore Hall Bridge, and some DOT work eastbound 84 through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair. We'll be in the low 60s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Fairfield's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
I'm telling you, I am so over the state teachers unions, or at least the union brass, many of whom have been on this show before. I don't want to pillory anybody, but come on. And I know there are unionized teachers who think this program would be a decent thing. Maybe other people wouldn't. But how do you not participate in this? See, this is exactly what I mean by we talk such a good job here in Connecticut, and if things get tough, if there's some controversy with tough, we sit there and we say, no, don't do it. Do you think they would still be saying no if this program was a Clinton-era program or an Obama-era program or a Biden-era program? Of course not. Well, Paul, they wouldn't do that. Yeah, that's the point. We're already spending $24,000 a head per year in Connecticut with students. So there's not going to be any great, any sort of great drop-off in this and any great break from people having to pay their property taxes to bankroll all of this. But it's called the Freedom Education Tax Credit. It's pretty simple. You can get a federal tax credit of up to $1,700 annually if you donate to certain nonprofits that will then give scholarships to families for K-12 education expenses. If it is a charter school or a religious school or whatever, many times getting black and Hispanic students out of crappy schools. Schools not crappy because of the teachers or because of the faculty or staff members there, but we all know some schools are underperforming and we need to fix those. Every school should be a high-performing school. But this intransigence is so, I don't even know what the word I'm looking for is. It's so boring. It's so boring. Lamont spokesperson Catherine Vollman say Connecticut is awaiting clarity before making the decision on the school voucher tax credit provision. Oh. That's political speak for saying, hey, the governor likes this, but we're waiting till after the election in November. The states have to participate, have to let the feds know by January 1. I don't think Lamont's going to do it. Or he may. I don't know. He may say, hey, I'm reelected. Everybody in the teachers union can go pound sand. Boy, wouldn't that be refreshing, huh? Of course, Lamont doesn't want to do it. Josh Elliott doesn't want to do it. And Ryan Fazio does. So which party in America wants actually to give parents, many of whom are Hispanic, African-American, low income in some places, give parents a choice? Which party is that? It certainly sounds like it ain't the Democrats, because they kowtow, they genuflect, they put on the knee pads to the teachers' unions. And maybe I'm hoping against hope that the governor tells the teachers' unions to go pound sand, not the good people who, are teachers and everything. But come on, this is so just boring. The no to everything, where we already spend $24,000 to $25,000 a year per student in Connecticut. How is this a bad idea? Can somebody please explain this to me? Under the law, families with incomes of up to 300% of their area's median income are eligible for the program. There's a cap from about $241,000 to $357,000, depending on the planning area, according to the Census Department. So, yes, upper income people can take advantage of this. What's wrong with that? Just because you're an upper income earner doesn't mean your kid's family is really good. Your kid's school, I should say, is really good. And the Republicans have sent a couple of letters up to the governor's office to say, hey, Gov, what are we doing on this? And he hasn't said anything. He says, well, he's waiting for guidance. That's political speak for waiting till the election is over. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We're not talking tens of thousands of dollars per family here on the donation side. How does this not make sense? You, meaning a taxpayer, maybe you're doing well and you're, on the side of maybe wanting to eliminate some of your tax burden. And the plan says, hey, you got a $1,700 limit. So we're going to give you a tax credit of $1,700 toward what you owe Uncle Sam, and you get that credit annually. You can do it once a year if you donate to certain nonprofits. Well, Paul, those nonprofits sometimes run charter schools. Yeah, who cares? If the kid's in a rat hole school now that's got, crime in the hallways and lousy test scores, don't they deserve to be in a better school? See, this is the thing that kills me. Where you have a lot of these Democrats and progressives saying, black and Latino kids, they don't have the same opportunities as people that can go to these nice schools. Well, this may get a few more of them in those nice schools. What am I not understanding here? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
No major construction delays on 95 coming out of Stamford, getting up into Norwalk. Story here for Westport, just a light volume build up. Parkway looks good, lower part of the county, no problems. Westport, Fairfield, just a light build up on the Fairfield Rest. Still at midday road work, Route 8 only down both directions, getting through Derby down to the Commodore Home Bridge. New Haven County, 95 on the Parkway looking pretty good. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, below 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow, below 80s. Thursday, a few showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
The summer sale is happening now at Courtesy Carpet in Monroe. As your local family-owned flooring store, Courtesy Carpet is offering savings on select carpet, waterproof flooring, hardwood, laminate, and more from trusted brands like Shaw and Mohawk. Planning a summer home project? Stop in and let their friendly, knowledgeable team help you find the perfect floor for your home and budget. Financing available. Hurry, the summer sale ends Labor Day. Visit courtesycarpet.com. At Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey. Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay? I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
You're listening to WICC. This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Congressman Max Miller, Ohio Republican, over his re-election campaign after accusations of domestic abuse, which he denies, and that Trump told him his candidacy is in jeopardy. Senator Bernie Moreno, Ohio Republican, whose daughter is divorced from Miller.
This has been brutal, beyond comprehension, and if there's any minimum standard for being an elected official, as I said, he fails to meet that minimum basic standard. I don't care about the politics at all.
Oil prices are higher amid uncertainty over the Strait of Hormuz. Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Suffice it to say there's been progress made in those talks, but not finality yet. We're hoping that will happen very shortly.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche was confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee today. Along party lines, the full Senate could vote on Saturday. Wall Street major indexes flirting with records. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Residents in Milford are weighing in on the flock camera debate. Many attended a Board of Aldermen meeting last night with a Milford Republican group asking for the cameras to be removed, citing privacy concerns.
It is the people against the corporations. It is the people against the government. Do not sleep. Do not take your rights for granted.
We've been told that Flock focuses on stolen vehicles, violent criminals, and missing people, but Milford's portal has shown searches labeled failed to yield, suspicious activity, anonymous tip, suspicious mail. That is broader than the narrow description residents were given.
The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay?
The meeting was the first of its kind since several cameras were vandalized in mid-July. City police are still searching for the suspects. While many are concerned that the cameras record the license plate, make, and model of every car picked up on the cameras, the company says the data is only stored for 30 days and they are used to help locate stolen vehicles and missing persons. 2 Connecticut towns are shutting down their flock license plate readers. City officials in Windsor and Killingworth are killing the programs altogether. Law enforcement officials say the devices are critical to catching stolen vehicles, missing persons, and other incidents. Many residents are concerned about what the data is being used for and who is receiving the data. The Windsor Town Council voted 5-4 to not renew the city's contract with Flock in July. A man is facing DUI charges after hitting a 12-year-old boy on an e-bike. Milford police say 60-year-old Robert Norden failed multiple field sobriety tests following the crash around noon on Sunday. The boy's condition was not immediately made clear. Truveta, a health data and analytics firm, says that injury rates for kids on e-bikes and e-scooters have seen a 7-fold increase since 2023. The crash is under investigation, and anyone with information is being asked to contact the Milford Police Department. Early voting is underway for the Connecticut primaries. Voters will decide races for governor and the U.S. House. Early voting hours will run from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., with extended hours from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. on Tuesday and Thursday. The Connecticut primary will take place Tuesday, August 11th. Attorney General William Tong and a coalition of 43 states and territories have announced a proposed $400 million settlement with generic drug maker Sandoz, accusing the company of conspiring to inflate prices on prescription medications and limit competition. If finalized, Sandoz will pay approximately $469 million overall, including amounts from previous agreements, while also implementing internal reforms to comply with antitrust laws. The settlement follows a years-long multi-state investigation led by Connecticut into alleged price fixing across the generic drug industry.
This huge cartel of companies who have colluded illegally to artificially inflate the price of prescription drugs and agree amongst themselves to split up the market and not compete with each other so they can keep prices up here.
State officials say the case has already resulted in nearly $97 million in additional settlements with other drug manufacturers, with the first trial in the broader litigation expected to begin in 2027. A new study shows Connecticut's schools rank in the top 5 in the country. The analysis from Consumer Affairs looked at K through 12 academic performance, school funding, higher education, and school safety. The state ranks number 3 overall, with the study showing that Connecticut high schools graduate at an 89% rate and have the highest average ACT scores in the nation at 27.1. The state also ranked 4th in school funding. Connecticut actually fell 1 spot from last year as it was overtaken by Massachusetts, which jumped from 3rd to 1st. New York came in at 2nd, while New Jersey and Washington rounded out the top 5. And UConn is bringing former program scoring leader Nikesha Sales back to the team as an assistant coach. Sales grew up and played high school basketball in Bloomfield before playing for the Huskies from 1994 to 1998. She left Storrs as the program's all-time scoring leader, but now sits in 7th place all-time. She had coaching stints at UCF and Georgia under Katie Abrahamson Henderson at both schools. Sales says returning to Storrs is a full-circle moment, and she is grateful to be part of the team's legacy again. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Limited midday construction, and that means a pretty good ride. 95 Stamford getting up into Norwalk. Parkway's not too bad. Both roadways just a light buildup in through the Westport exits. Heading further north, Milford into New Haven County. 95 and the Parkway okay. Still have midday road work on Route 8, slowing you down southbound Ansonia down to the bridge, and northbound getting into Derby. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair. We'll be in the low 60s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Who doesn't want free money, huh? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Big battle brewing now. It's become a campaign issue. The 2 Democrats in the governor's race, the incumbent Ned Lamont, his challenger, Josh Elliott, and the Republican Ryan Fazio, with distinctly divergent attitudes on this federal government, this Trump White House scholarship plan here that would allow you, I, or anybody else to deduct up to $1,700 from our federal tax liability as long as you make an equivalent donation, I guess it is, to a scholarship granting organization in a particular state, or it's called an SGO. And just like clockwork, the heads of the teachers' unions don't like this. You wouldn't it be refreshing if a teachers' union head anywhere in the country, but especially here in Connecticut, wouldn't that, now that's not going to happen because it's got the magic 5-letter word Trump attached to it, but wouldn't it just be great if somebody from a teachers union, just one person, just somebody, said, hey, you know, this is a good idea. But of course, they're revving up all of the useless rhetoric. Matt Banas, the head of the Meriden Federation of Teachers, says a lot of this is an attempt to assuage some of the criticism and the fear that people have, because the impact is going to be on public schools. They're just trying to make it a little bit more palatable and give people political cover if they do decide to opt in. Under the program, only students living in a state that opts in will be eligible for the scholarship. Taxpayers can still get a federal tax credit by donating to a qualifying scholarship granting organization, an SGO, in that particular state. Leslie Blateau, who's the president of the New Haven Federation of Teachers, described it as free money in disguise. Ooh, wow. Quote, while there might be some short-term perceived benefits, the long-term risks to the foundation of our public schools in this country is jeopardized. Oh, my God. Do some of these people hear themselves talk? See, folks, this is why I bring this stuff up, because these are the things that happen behind the scenes that a lot of you aren't familiar with. And here you have unionized teachers talking like trying something a little different. We're not talking tens of thousands of dollars per taxpayer that's going to undercut federal funding. It's $1,700 if you want to do it. But yet, like clockwork, they come out and it's like, okay, do we have our line? Hold on. You got your lines here? Yeah. Let's make sure. Okay, what am I? I'm supposed to say, quote, but it will destroy public education, unquote. Good. You got your lines. Oh, my God. It's so lame after a while. It's just so lame. And why is there, and maybe this is an obvious answer to an obvious question, but why is it that a Republican or a conservative would look at this and say, all right, yeah, let's give it a try. Maybe it can help kids. Whereas a progressive or a Democrat or somebody in the teachers union is going to, when your cat gets really PO'd and you get that really hiss, like, whoa, what did I do here? Sorry, I'm invading your space. Why do we get that from the teachers union? Do they really believe this? Or like my old saying is something, one of my mantras here. Remember, folks, those who are afraid of change are the most afraid that it might work. How bad can this thing be if it allows some students in some areas to get a better education? Is that not the goal here? Or is the goal from the teachers' unions saying, hey, no, we'll tell you where the money goes? Now, they have freedom of speech. I get that. I understand that. But my God, $1,700, they can't even agree that might be a nice start. According to CEA's July 29th endorsement announcement, Governor Ned Lamont expressed to union members that he opposed tax credits and school voucher programs that seek to send public dollars to private schools. So the governor already wrote, I remain steadfast opposing any initiatives that divert critical resources from our public education system. If the program could potentially impact public education negatively, he's going to have to say no to it because that's the assurance he's given to myself, said Kate Diaz. So I guess the teachers' unions run the schools, I guess. Folks, again, it's so lame. That's the only word I can come up with. It's just lame. You can't try something different. And the sad thing is, the unions are complaining and moaning here about a program that doesn't affect any state revenue. You know that? Again, this is why they're so bent out of shape about it. Because the Trump White House put it together specifically that it doesn't affect state funding. It's built on a relationship between the federal taxpayer and the federal government, with the federal government saying, all right, we'll give you a break on your taxes if you write a qualifying check or send money to charity. Now, again, the governors of these states have to decide who the qualifying charities are, and that's where the teachers' unions are warning the governor, don't you do that, because then the governor would have to submit a list to where these young kids, these young boys and girls, many of them black, many of them Hispanic, oh my God, they might get a better education. We can't have that.
A collision on a motorcycle isn't like any other accident. A lot of lawyers don't understand that, probably because they've never been on a bike. At the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo, we ride, and we get it. If you're hurt on your bike, you need somebody who understands what you're going through. who knows how to get you the money you deserve and how to get you back on the road. If you're injured on a motorcycle, don't fight solo. Trantolo and Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Fish on! The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth official auto sponsor is Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford, the dealership built on trust. Register now for your chance to win $25,000 for the heaviest bluefish caught. Pick up a registration form at Stevens Ford Lincoln of Milford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Be part of the Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, August 29th and 30th, and land your next vehicle at Stevens Ford Lincoln in Milford.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code RADIO20.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Limited midday construction, and that means a pretty good ride. 95 Stamford getting up into Norwalk. Parkway's not too bad. Both roadways just a light buildup in through the Westport exits. Heading further north, Milford into New Haven County. 95 in the Parkway okay. Still have midday road work on Route 8, slowing you down southbound Ansonia down to the bridge and northbound getting into Derby. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, below 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow, below 80s. Thursday, a few showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Phone lines are always open to say what you want and need to say. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 695.9.
Got a
the voice of Connecticut.
Sorry. I'm so sorry I spoke when you were still speaking, Mr. Voice Guy. I'm sorry. Please, sir, I'll never do it again. I got a text here. Hey, Paul, while these Democrats will come up with any kind of BS to go against the Trump White House. Like you said in one of your earlier shows, the guy could cure cancer and AIDS, stop world hunger, and get rid of Iran, North Korea, China, and Russia by waving his pinky, and they would still hate him and everything he stands for and everything the Republicans do. Well, yeah, it's what it is. This doesn't make this. And thank you to that person, one of my regular texters here. Always good to hear from him or her. This look. I could understand the freak out here. I really could. From AFT Connecticut or the Connecticut Education Association. I could fully understand that if in some way this Trump White House-backed scholarship program that could benefit potentially thousands of kids in this state took directly or indirectly from state education funding. It doesn't. It doesn't touch state education money. That's the beauty of it. It doesn't end around state education money and tells the individual taxpayer, hey, you have a maximum here if you want. It's like a charitable donation. That's all this is. Saying that if you want to donate to a charter school or a religious school or whatever, you can do that with our imprimatur, with our blessing. And then the governor of your state can then say, here is a, see, this is why the teachers' unions don't like it. Because the governor would have to, under his guise, here's a list of all the charter schools, here's a list of the Catholic schools, the yeshivas, whatever. But it's not funneling any state or federal money. It's the individual's own decision whether to do this. But see, here's what the teachers' unions don't like, is that they don't like a proliferation of charter schools that may do a better job in educating students, not because the teachers are bad. Again, I'm not saying that. But they're being very short-sighted here. They sound infantile. They sound juvenile. They do. I'm sorry, they do. You may not like that, but they do. Why don't we do this for a couple of years and see how it works? 30 other states are going to do this. Granted, most of them are red states. Well, if it works, who cares what party brings it up? If we supposedly care about the kids, isn't this a good way to maybe get them out of some rotten, underperforming school? I'm sorry. I've covered teachers' unions for years in this business, and I understand, hey, look, like anything else, it's a labor union. They can say how much they care about the kids, and I don't doubt that they do. But this is a no-brainer. Even the governor has gone on record earlier and said, wow, this is like free money, until the CEA and the AFT, called him up on the phone and said, what are you doing to us? Linda in Trumbull is here. Linda, good afternoon. You're on WICC. How are you?
I'm well, Paul. Thank you.
Yep.
Listening. Totally disagree. Don't think it's lame at all. Don't like what you're saying. Rare that is.
Okay.
I think a lot of the things that you're saying make sense in a different time.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as I'm listening to you lay it out,
yeah,
I'm being the union, and I'm saying, if this is being federally driven and has any aspect or element of Trump's attention and approval, then I don't trust it.
Well, there you go. Linda. That's exactly what I said, because it's a
distraction. It's a red herring of pleasantry. It's let's save that for maybe one more year till we can get some of the really important things that'll keep America with its democracy.
Yeah, but Linda, with all due respect, this was passed a year ago. This isn't new. This was passed like a year and a half ago, and all these other states, Linda, are joining in. And what the governor has done, because he's under pressure from the unions, Linda, and earlier he said he liked this idea. Then all of a sudden it's election time, and the way the program is set up, Linda, is that Ned Lamont would have to submit the list of where these donations could go, be they charter schools, science academies, whatever. And it's pressure, Linda. It's union pressure. I understand they're a labor union, but even the governor said it, Linda. It's a no-brainer.
I'll give this back to you and tell you that I hear what you're saying, and I think that what you just said makes great sense. But I'll just say that we have taken the vehicle and dug it so into a swamp of distrust and bad that it's almost impossible for certain individuals, as adult, intelligent, and grown up as they are, in these times to respond appropriately. So You're probably right.
Yeah.
But if someone has been abused physically, they don't always respond in a physical relationship the right way, even though it's right or wrong.
I get it.
So I think there's some real damage that's been done on a grand scale that's preventing normally clear-headed individuals to make simple decisions, because the level of distrust is that great, even though you're probably exactly right with the points you just made.
Linda, thank you. Always good to hear from you. Appreciate that. Yeah, maybe it is because it's Trump. And the texter that sent me something I had already said, don't laugh. It is true. I really think if Donald Trump came out there today and he's waving in his hand, he goes, this piece of paper has that cure for cancer that a lot of you have said over the years we have, but we're not using because we want to keep big pharma pumped up and whatever. It's a conspiracy. I am ending this conspiracy, and I am going to hand this to our best scientists, and they will now start producing this miracle drug. People would say, no, it's you. I can't believe it. because it's you. So, I don't know. We'll see. Now, maybe. Here's what I would love if the governor did this. Oh, would I applaud him for a week straight? Get reelected, get all the union votes, and then the governor should go to the AFT leadership and the CEA leadership and say, you know what? I'm glad I'm going to be your governor again. I'm going to look out for you, but we're going ahead with this scholarship program. You don't like it? Too bad. I'm in the big office, Oh, you're mad at what I did? Well, then next time, vote for a Republican. Hey, I'm done. This is term number 3 for me. Wouldn't that be great? I don't think Ned Lamont's that kind of guy, but wouldn't that be great if the governor said, yeah, I know you don't like it because it's got the Trump word attached to it. Well, guess what? I want some kids to do better. I want some kids and some families in Bridgeport and in Hartford and in New Haven and in Waterbury and in New London and in Danbury. I want some kids to be able to take some federal money, not affecting any state money, take some federal money and go to a better charter school, a STEM academy, or something like that to come out with better lives.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Limited midday construction, and that means a pretty good ride. 95 Stamper getting up into Norwalk. Parkway's not too bad. Both roadways just a light buildup in through the Westport exits. Heading further north, Milford into New Haven County. 95 in the Parkway okay. Still have midday road work on Route 8, slowing you down southbound Ansonia down to the bridge, and northbound getting into Derby. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair. We'll be in the low 60s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, so I promise you I will keep an eye on this. Once again, the governor has until the beginning of the year to say whether or not the new year coming up, 2027. Hey, we're only, 5 months away now? Yikes. Jeez. Talk about flying by here. The governor has until 2027 to say whether or not the state of Connecticut will opt into a Trump White House plan that was passed about a year and a half ago, that basically would allow you, wouldn't touch any state funding per se. It would allow you and I as private taxpayers to claim, depending upon what our income levels are, up to a $1,700 tax credit and make a charitable donation to a scholarship granting organization, an SGO, in whatever state you live in. Then that money would be funneled to, yes, charter schools, religious schools, STEM academies, different schools, to try and get kids into better schools without touching any raw state funding for all of this.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Bail set at $1 million for a man arrested accused of starting the largest of the 3 wildfires in Spokane, Washington, that have destroyed hundreds of buildings and forced tens of thousands of people from their homes. He went to prison for manslaughter in his father's 2010 killing in Arizona. Fire weather update from ABC News forecaster Samara Theodore.
They do have a bit of a reprieve on the way as far as fire weather conditions, so that's good news for the firefighters on the ground right now. I'm talking specifically to the northwest, where we got a lot more cloud coverage and winds calmed a bit, but there are still fire weather conditions for Medford in Colorado, parts of Utah. Red flag warnings are in place.
Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Congressman Max Miller, Ohio Republican, telling him his re-election campaign is in jeopardy. Miller denying accusations of domestic abuse. ABC News Washington managing editor Catherine Falders.
Trump expressed concerns over his candidacy and said it was in jeopardy. Now, according to sources, Miller did tell Trump that he was going to stay in the race.
It's primary election day in Michigan, the Democratic Senate race, pitting moderate Representative Haley Stevens against progressive candidate Dr. Abdul Sayed. ABC News political director Avery Harper.
Issues around affordability, around the cost of living. I heard a lot about utility rates when I spoke to voters in the Detroit area. Those are going to be the issues that folks are looking to as they decide who they're going to cast their ballot for today.
On talks about the Strait of Hormuz, Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Suffice it to say there's been progress made in those talks, but not finality yet. We're hoping that will happen very shortly.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has been confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee along party lines. At least 7 Republican senators previously expressed concerns about his nomination for Attorney General. Blanche can only afford to lose 2 Republican votes in the full Senate vote ahead. You're listening to ABC News.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Though oil prices eased a bit today, they're still higher than before the Iran war. And gasoline prices, says ABC News chief business correspondent Rebecca Jarvis.
The price of gasoline now $4.07 across the country. That is the nationwide average this morning, up 2 cents overnight and more than 30 cents from a month ago. The key for prices to head really much lower here is a signal that is sustained that the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of oil has resumed, and best case scenario, resumed back to pre-war levels.
Sharing his story, the man who confronted a gunman with his semi-automatic pistol during a mass shooting outside a fast food restaurant in Twin Falls, Idaho, Saturday. 35-year-old Jordan Salinas says his goal was to help as many people survive and get home.
He seemed unusually comfortable aiming that rifle at those cars, and then as soon as some rounds started coming at him, everything changed.
Salinas says he started training for a mass shooting after one 5 years ago at an Idaho mall. 3 people were killed last weekend, 7 others injured. Police say the gunman died at the scene from a self-inflicted gunshot. 2 brothers fishing on a Massachusetts beach got a surprise, reeling in a 5-foot tiger shark. John Chisholm with the New England Aquarium.
The water temperature is getting up into the high 70s and will eventually hit the low 80s. And that's, perfect for these little juvenile tiger sharks.
Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Residents in Milford are weighing in on the flock camera debate. Many attended a Board of Aldermen meeting last night with a Milford Republican group asking for the cameras to be removed, citing privacy concerns. The meeting was the first of its kind since several cameras were vandalized in mid-July. City police are still searching for the suspects. While many are concerned that the cameras record the license plate, make, and model of every car picked up on the cameras, the company says the data is only stored for 30 days, and they are used to help locate stolen vehicles and missing persons. 2 Connecticut towns are shutting down their flock license plate readers. City officials in Windsor and Killingworth are killing the programs altogether. Law enforcement officials say the devices are critical to catching stolen vehicles, missing persons, and other incidents. Many residents are concerned about what the data is being used for and who is receiving the data. The Windsor Town Council voted 5-4 to not renew the city's contract with Flock in July. And a new study shows Connecticut schools rank in the top 5 in the country. The analysis from Consumer Affairs looked at a K-12 academic performance, school funding, higher education, and school safety. The state ranks number 3 overall, with the study showing that Connecticut high schools graduate at an 89% rate and have the highest average ACT scores in the nation at 27.1. The state also ranked 4th in school funding. Connecticut actually fell 1 spot from last year as it was overtaken by Massachusetts, which jumped from 3rd to 1st. New York came in at 2nd, while New Jersey and Washington rounded out the top 5. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway looking pretty good. Not really building too much in the way of rush hour company yet. Stamford getting up into Norwalk. 95 slows a little bit up by Sherwood Island and Southport. Parkway quick tap into Westport. And again on the Fairfield side of the no exit zone. Still with some construction delays getting out of Derby into Shelton up by the Commodore Hull Bridge. 95 in the Parkway, New Haven County still okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, below 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow, below 80s. Thursday, a few showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
You know, as we enter hour number 2 here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You know, you wonder, people around you may say your family, your friends, the people who you celebrate your religion with on a regular basis, whatever. People in your lives. Even some good friends that are on the opposite side of the aisle politically, you probably heard this in some way, shape, or form, right? Oh, my God, how can you be in favor of ICE or what ICE is doing? Or, you know, is it really that big of a deal that illegals are here in Connecticut or in the country? Okay. You know, you probably heard that. And maybe you yourselves have asked that of your friends, your coworkers, your husband, your wife, your kids, whatever, family, immediate and extended. And you know, you've heard that and said, well, you know, there's a reason that, and I think very quietly, a lot more people, just the way when Mr. Trump was first elected, there was always that hidden Trump vote. All the stat people said it. There is there are a lot of people who very quietly are applauding what ICE is doing. And why would you say that is? Well, stuff like this. Let's give you an update here. I found this. This was sent to me by somebody. CT Insider, Hearst, Connecticut Media, Kendra Baker and Peter Yankowski's story. You ready for this? The driver charged in a Danbury crash that killed a Bridgeport cop never had a driver's license. Which is surprising here in Connecticut because, don't we give out driver's licenses to illegals? I don't know. That's according to the prosecutor in the case. So not only was she speeding, not only was she drunk, not only was she high, all this allegedly, not only is she an illegal, she didn't have a driver's license. And you wonder why some people tell ICE, do what you got to do. Get them all out. Now, I don't think that's particularly, what's the word I'm looking for? Practical here, but again, this is the kind, and I don't care what the mayor of Danbury says, well, it doesn't change the facts of the case. No, Mayor, you're right, it doesn't. The fact is, she's here, 2 people are dead. The Stanford woman charged in a crash that killed an off-duty Bridgeport police officer and his girlfriend last month could face another charge after prosecutors say she admitted to not having a driver's license. By the way, has the governor said anything about this? And maybe he has. I'm being half tongue-in-cheek but half serious here. I don't know. You tell me. Maybe he has. I don't know. Has the lieutenant governor said anything about this? Maybe she has. I don't know. Again, was there a news release put out? I don't know. Our esteemed attorney general, isn't there somebody he could sue in this case? 27-year-old Melissa Esperanza Ramirez currently faces 2 counts of second-degree manslaughter, single counts of DUI, traveling unnecessarily fast, and a failure to drive in the proper lane, all this stemming from a crash on Sugar Hollow Road, 13 July, that claimed the lives of 38-year-old Cooper Whiteside and 34-year-old Brittany Islami. So because she chose to violate our immigration laws, 2 people are dead, 2 families are scarred, and all we hear in this state is that ICE is the problem. Yes, it's all we hear. It's ICE's fault. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It was further stated that Ramirez admitted to police that she, quote, does not, nor has she ever had a driver's license. So she's been driving, or not driving anymore. She was driving for how many years, do we think? Without a driver's license? Being in the country illegally? Again, folks, this is why you go to a lot of people and say, well, aren't you disgusted at what ICE is doing? And a lot of people say, no, I'm not, really. No, I'm not. I have rules to follow. Other people should have the same rules to follow, or at least show some consideration, show some courtesy to the country you're illegally in. That word differs from information in the Ramirez arrest warrant in which she said she had a driver's license at the time of the crash. Okay. Ramirez's attorney, Dan Thibodeau, said during her arraignment last month that she was born in Mexico but has, quote, spent her whole life, unquote, in Connecticut. The minute I saw that, remember last week, I said, well, wait a minute. Is he trying to artfully say she's undocumented / illegal, whatever? Medical records show she had a blood alcohol level of 0.14, nearly twice the legal limit, and tested positive for cannabis after the crash. So she's illegal, without a license, speeding, in the wrong lane, drunk and high. But remember, ICE is the problem. No wonder a couple of years ago, when somebody confronted the governor, he was speaking somewhere, and somebody said, hey, Governor, what do you think of this report that says illegals are costing the state $1.3, $1.4 billion a year? There's 120,000 of them. Are those numbers accurate? And he said, no, they weren't. And the follow-up question was, well, what are they? Do we know? And he said, well, it would take time to get that. Now, come on, Governor, with all due respect. Who's zooming who, as the great Aretha Franklin used to think. Ramirez is alleged to have been driving 18 miles an hour over the speed limit when her Jeep Compass collided head-on with Whiteside's Harley-Davidson motorcycle around 2:45 a.m. on the 13th of July on Sugar Hollow Road. So 2 people are dead, 2 families scarred, 2 groups of workers grieving, because of somebody who should have never been here.
Right now, there's one bluefish swimming in Long Island Sound. And this summer, it could make you $25,000 richer. The 44th annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth, driven by Stevens, Ford, Lincoln, and Milford, is August 29th and 30th. Land the heaviest bluefish that weekend to wheel in $25,000. There's over $40,000 in cash prizes total. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or at your local bait and tackle shop. We'll see you on the Sound. Thanks to Water Doctor, Bridgeport Harbor Marina, and Little Pub.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Identity theft can cost more than you think. Drained investment accounts, stolen tax returns, lost wages, expenses for lawyers. It's a lot. That's why LifeLock is backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which covers up to $1 million for stolen funds, fees, and experts and lawyers, and out-of-pocket expenses. Don't face the burden of identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 30% off your first year with promo code BECK at LifeLock.com. 1-800-LifeLock, promo code BECK. LifeLock.com. Terms to apply.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-500-8585. That's 800-500-8585. 800-500-8585.
The Bridgeport and Port Jefferson Ferry, your marine highway connecting Connecticut and Long Island, New York. They break the sound barrier for you and your car. PortJeffFerry.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95, starting to build a little bit out of Stamford. We have some delays now. Westport to Sherwood Island, getting up into Southport. Parkway looks good. Stamford to Norwalk. Slowing a little bit into Westport and again on the Fairfield side by the rest area. Route 8, the construction clear. Derby and Sonia. No major problems. 95 or the Parkway into New Haven County. Hall Neighborhood House celebrating 140 years of hope, opportunity, and community. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years. Learn more at hallneighborhoodhouse.org. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair. We'll be in the low 60s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Stamford's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
If you are a practicing Democrat, if you are a registered Dem, God bless you. We need two good parties here in this country for the equilibrium. But keep an eye on what is happening, I think it's today or tonight, in primary day in Michigan, another left-leaning, borderline anti-Semitic candidate, or I should be nice here, facing allegations of anti-Semitism here. Abdul El Sayed, running for the Senate as a Democrat in Michigan. He's waging a close and bitter contest with Congresswoman Haley Stevens. Primary coming up today. Were he to win, then go on to defeat Mike Rogers, and he will. El Sayed would become the most fervently anti-Zionist Senate member. He said during a debate with Stevens, if you want your politics dictated to you by AIPAC or Chuck Schumer, then I'm not your guy. So he doesn't hide it, right? The growing influence. And look, I'm not saying you genuflect to Israel. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you cannot criticize Israel. I'm not saying that. But again, what I am saying is you have to be blind not to see, especially if you're a Democrat, what is happening to your party here. El Sayed depicts Israel and its U.S. supporters as the primary authors of Donald Trump's foreign policy, which is dumb. Like we've never supported Israel before Trump? Come on, buddy. El Sayed has barely acknowledged the possibility that Stevens is a sentient being with individual agency, describing her as a suit. This is a veteran congresswoman that he's running against. This is the kind of respect he shows her. She's a suit with a large AIPAC bank account. I'm telling you. Well, now listen, if you want to be a socialist Democrat, that's fine. DSA, God bless you. But you have to be blind, deaf, and dumb not to see the strand of anti-Semitism that is starting to expand in the Democratic Party. And I heard it from a lot of people. Well, these are just big city Democrats. No, Clyde. No, Gertrude. This is worse than you think. Asked recently on CNN, this is from The Atlantic, by the way, hardly a conservative outlet. Asked recently on CNN if he thought there were any reasons other than money that somebody might have a different view on Israel. He said, not if you're a Democrat and not if you believe in human rights. Gee, it's funny how a lot of these lefties are concerned with human rights in Israel, and that's okay. But the other Arab countries, the other Muslim countries, they never say anything about it. You ever notice that? They never bitch and moan about human rights in Iran or Iraq or any of the more modern countries that still basically treat women like dogs and pieces of meat. But it's always about Israel with this bunch. I'm telling you. You Democrats, go ahead. Keep laughing at Trump, which you're encouraged to do. If you want to, keep laughing at the Republicans. Go ahead. Wait till 2028. If you're going to run a bunch of kooks, leftist, anti-Semitic kooks in 2028, you know what's going to happen to you, don't you? President J.D. Vance. (203-333-9422) 333-WICC. And you know who's enabling all this? And I do kind of like him, like you like fish in a fish tank. Bernie Sanders. Did you hear Bernie Sanders on when he climbed down from his perch as one of the Muppets? I'm not sure whether he's Statler or Waldorf. He could be either one. You know, the two old guys? Hey, did you see that down there? I don't know. Could be new people in the building, right? So Kristen Welker, I like her. She's really good. She's got a set on her. Well, not physically, but I there's a joke. No, Paul, don't say it. Don't say it. But Kristen Welker this past weekend on Meet the Press on NBC asking Bernie Sanders, hey, Bernie, you're a big Abdul El Sayed guy. You got a little, worry about his perceived anti-Semitism here?
Dr. Al-Sayed has made Israel a central issue in his primary. He said he, quote, often struggles with the question of whether Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state. In the past, Senator, you have been quite clear that you do support Israel as a Jewish state. Should Dr. Al-Sayed speak with the same clarity?
Listen to this. Go, Bernie, go.
Look, I think right now the immediate issue of the moment is whether or not we continue to put tens of billions of dollars into the extremist Netanyahu government, which has killed 75,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children, wounded 150,000, destroyed their infrastructure. And what the American people are saying, overwhelmingly Democrats, many independents, the majority of them, and many Republicans, especially younger Republicans, we got better things to do with our money than to continue to fund the military of Israel.
So you're not going to answer the question, Bernie, which is fine. That's what you do. You sit there, do your Muppet act, and go out there with AOC and everybody. But you don't answer the question. Because secretly, do we know where your priorities lie, Bernie? Is that, say. So keep an eye on that tonight. We'll have an expert from ABC coming up momentarily to chat about this. More stuff later on. Megan Portfolio coming up in the 5 o'clock hour here as we continue with Connecticut Today and Bernie the Muppet right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound slowing a little bit out of Stamford, then a heavier wave now Sherwood Island, getting up into Southport and Fairfield. Parkway's not too bad out of Stamford up to Route 7. Delays starting to build into Westport, heavier pockets on the Fairfield side. Southbound busy into Route 8. Route 8 still looks good up into Derby and Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, below 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow, below 80s. Thursday, a few showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Bankers Life, we care about your Medicare. From confusion to clarity, Bankers Life, the call to make when making Medicare decisions.
Are you maximizing your Medicare benefits? If you're new to Medicare or have an existing plan, Bankers Life will give you the best options so you maximize your benefits. Start online at bankerslife.com. Bankers Life, your personal Medicare expert. bankerslife.com. That's bankerslife.com.
Looking for furniture without the big box headaches? Shop local at Spectre Furniture in Ansonia, where you've been treated like family, not just another customer, for 136 years. Personalized service and quality furniture built to last. No pressure, no gimmicks, just hometown service you can trust. Discover the Spectre difference today on Main Street in Ansonia. Spectre Furniture, where quality, comfort, and family come together. Dependable for 136 years. Main Street, Ansonia.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
voiceofct.com. Add us to your bookmarks and listen to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli while you work. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And look, the reason I bring up this stuff about the DSA, and frankly, I couldn't care less if somebody wants to be a socialist or a communist. That's a big thing now with Trump. They're all communists. Oh, my God, it's Joe McCarthy again. No, it's not Joe McCarthy again. Freaking relax. It's Trump doing what he does because he knows you go for it, hook, line, and sinker. Oh, my God. He must sit there and laugh at night. But the reason I continue to bring this up is this is not a good trend. Now, all parties change. I get that. I understand that. But again, as we creep up to ABC News here at the bottom and the latest local stuff with Chris Williams, understand what's going on here. Yes, MAGA has, at least for the time being, assumed the titular leadership of the Republican Party. But like I've said, the general consensus of policy with the Republican Party hasn't really changed. You know, low taxes, strong military, property rights, better gun rights, opposition to abortion, reproductive health, and all that. It's just the characters behind it. But the core principles of the Democratic Party, number one, what are they? Do we even know what they are anymore? And number two, you're hearing some pretty disturbing things out there. If you're a Democrat, you've got to be worried about this.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Bails $1 million for a man arrested for allegedly starting the largest of the three wildfires in Spokane, Washington, that destroyed hundreds of buildings and forced tens of thousands of people from their homes. Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Congressman Max Miller, Ohio Republican, telling him his re-election campaign's in jeopardy. Miller denying accusations of domestic abuse. Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno, ex-father-in-law of Miller's, wants Miller to resign.
This is truly the seventh level of hell. This has been a horrific experience for my entire family. My daughter specifically did not want this to be out in the public.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has been confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee. At least 7 Republican senators previously expressed concerns about his nomination. Blanche can only afford to lose 2 Republican votes in the full Senate vote ahead. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Residents in Milford are weighing in on the flock camera debate. Many attended a Board of Aldermen meeting last night with a Milford Republican group asking for the cameras to be removed, citing privacy concerns.
It is the people against the corporations. It is the people against the government. Do not sleep. Do not take your rights for granted.
We've been told that Flock focuses on stolen vehicles, violent criminals, and missing people, but Milford's portal has shown searches labeled failed to yield, suspicious activity, anonymous tip, suspicious mail. That is broader than the narrow description residents were given.
The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay?
The meeting was the first of its kind since several cameras were vandalized in mid-July. City police are still searching for the suspects. While many are concerned that the cameras record the license plate, make, and model of every car picked up on the cameras, the company says the data is only stored for 30 days and they are used to help locate stolen vehicles and missing persons. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is launching a new $7 million Laptop Connect program that will provide thousands of laptops through participating public libraries to help close the state's digital divide. Eligible Connecticut residents can borrow laptops for extended periods if they are at least 18 years old, have a library card from the participating town, qualify for programs such as SNAP and Husky Health, and don't already have a comparable computer at home. The initiative is being funded through the American Rescue Plan. Residents are dealing with floodwaters throughout Connecticut after heavy rain on Monday. In Hartford, trash bins were seen floating down streets, and restoration crews were working to deal with flooded basements. Rainfall totals throughout the state were recorded anywhere between 1 to 4 inches on Monday morning. Flooding also forced drivers to turn around in Enfield and Suffield. Unpassable roadways and standing water in front lawns were reported in multiple areas. Attorney General William Tong and a coalition of 43 states and territories have announced a proposed $400 million settlement with generic drug maker Sandoz, accusing the company of conspiring to inflate prices on prescription medications and limit competition. If finalized, Sandoz will pay approximately $469 million overall, including amounts from previous agreements. Follows a years-long multi-state investigation led by Connecticut into alleged price fixing across the generic drug industry.
This huge cartel of companies who have colluded illegally to artificially inflate the price of prescription drugs and agree amongst themselves to split up the market and not compete with each other so they can keep prices up here.
State officials say the case has already resulted in nearly $97 million in additional settlements with other drug manufacturers, with the first trial in the broader litigation expected to begin in 2027. Governor Ned Lamont held a news conference this morning in New Haven to make an announcement regarding the release of state-funded food assistance for low-income Connecticut residents who have been pushed out of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, commonly known as SNAP, due to the newly implemented changes from the federal government. The changes expand work requirements for some older adults, veterans, parents, and other groups, while also limiting eligibility for non-citizens. Connecticut shoppers will get a bigger break during this year's sales tax-free week, with the tax-free limit increasing from $100 to $300 per item on eligible clothing and footwear. The annual tax holiday runs through August 16th through August 22nd, and many items like backpacks, shoes, and higher-priced outerwear under the $300 limit will qualify. State officials say the change is designed to help families save more on back-to-school shopping, and items such as jewelry, handbags, and specialty athletic equipment remain subject to the sales tax. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound slowing a little bit out of Stamford, then a heavier wave now Sherwood Island, getting up into Southport and Fairfield. Parkway's not too bad out of Stamford up to Route 7. Delays starting to build into Westport, heavier pockets on the Fairfield side. Southbound busy into Route 8. Route 8 still looks good up into Derby and Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair. We'll be in the low 60s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Trumbull is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, as we were just talking about the primary season here, now here in Connecticut, we do the primary. Well, the early voting's underway. Primary day, though, coming up next Tuesday, the 11th of August. So we'll be talking more about that. But nationally, a lot of people watching that Michigan race, watching races in Missouri here. Some people trying to make a comeback here. Is there a big shift going to continue in the Democratic Party? Joining us right now in D.C., ABC News digital journalist Oren Oppenheim to talk about that and more. Oren, good afternoon. It's Paul. How are you, sir?
Doing all right. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm good. So let's talk about Missouri first before we go with Michigan here, which is fascinating. I believe there are some comebacks now that are being attempted in Missouri.
Yeah, so in Missouri's first congressional district, which includes St. Louis, former U.S. Representative Cori Bush, who was a member of the so-called Progressive Squad in Congress, she's trying to reclaim the seat that she once held. She's facing off against incumbent Representative Wesley Bell, who's the more moderate representative who ousted her just 2 years ago. She's trying to ride this wave of anti-incumbent sentiment, this wave of progressive victories among Democrats that we've seen in other races in order to try to reclaim the seat. But similar to what we saw 2 years ago, a lot of outside groups, including pro-Israel groups, are spending to support Wesley Bell, who also has the support of the Democratic establishment.
Do we know what any polling has said in that race? Is it tied? Does it look like a blowout? Any info on that heading into the election?
I haven't really seen that much solid polling, so there's not much we can glean from there. And early voting has just sort of shown, I think over 50,000 people have voted early. It's such a blue district that it's really hard to say one way or another through that. Certainly, Bush and her supporters are trying to lean on the fact that so far in 2026, 5 Democratic incumbents have lost their primaries, usually to more progressive challengers, particularly we saw in New York, for instance, 2 months ago. So they're trying to lean on that, but we haven't seen much polling. This seems like it could go either way.
Yeah, and finally, the Michigan thing, obviously, today is fascinating with another kind of anti-establishment Democrat. Really, the polls, I guess, show has a sizable lead maybe, but he's going up against a veteran member of Congress, and she's not she's not really that old. We're not talking about an old line Democrat here.
Right. Yeah, in Michigan, the Senate matchup between Abdul El-Sayed and Haley Stevens, it's not really a generational discussion. It's more about the progressive El-Sayed saying that he's the right person to take Michigan to represent Michigan and to sort of pursue these progressive ideas, while Haley Stevens, an incumbent representative who's trying to move to the Senate, is saying that she wants to go in a more moderate direction. So that race goes more along ideological divides. Israel and support for Israel has also become a big issue. Abdul El-Sayed is against U.S. support for Israel and has been very critical of Israel's conduct during the war in Gaza, whereas Representative Stevens has taken a more moderate position. She's criticized Israel's conduct and also said there should be a two-state solution, and she's gone in the outside backing of a lot of pro-Israel groups as well.
ABC News digital journalist Oren Oppenheim. Oren, thank you. We appreciate the time. Take care and be well. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
All right, there you go. Oren Oppenheim, ABC News, their digital journalist, delving into what we're seeing here on Tuesday. Now, again, Connecticut's primaries will be next Tuesday, the 11th here. But early voting is underway, and so if you're in, and if you go to the Secretary of the State's website, you can find out if there is perhaps maybe a probate judge, primary in your district, maybe something to do with your state House rep or state Senate rep or whatever. But of course, the big one is Ned Lamont v. Josh Elliott coming up next Tuesday, and according to the polling that came out yesterday, it looks like it's going to be a blowout for Mr. Lamont, and no surprise here. So I guess all the boogeymen who were out there on this show and other shows saying, it's not boogeymen, but, people saying, hey, maybe third terms aren't a good idea. Well, maybe Ned Lamont said, hey, I understand here. I get a sense that I'm not going to lose, and at this point, he's probably going to waltz in the primary and in the general election. I mean, who knows? But with a polling show yesterday, the new polling we got from Sacred Heart and Hearst and Channel 3, the general election roughly looks like it's going to be 60-40, and that's not surprising. Now, again, things could happen. Who knows if there's a sudden spurt for Ryan Fazio. But it's just illustrative, and it's funny. I tell this to people all the time, especially frustrated conservatives in this state, those who listen to me, I'm friends with on social media. Oh, we got to do this, or we can do that, or we can win. And I say, no, you're not going to win. Now, it's not impossible to win, but I said the numbers have to shift. The only thing that makes you win in elections is numbers. And how do numbers shift? Well, you have to change votes. And how do you change votes? You have to campaign and prove to people, or try and prove, that your ideas are better. And you're doing that amidst all the noise of all the social media. And listen, you Republicans, and I'm a registered Republican, but you listen. You have to admit that Donald Trump, even if you like what he's done on a national basis, in Trump 1.0, in Trump 2.0, sandwiched around the Biden term there from 2020 to 24, you've got to look yourself in the mirror, and you have to say that the election of Donald Trump, and this is not necessarily me trying to proselytize to you here, it's the numbers. The election of Donald Trump has been probably, if you talk about electoral politics, has been one of the worst things to happen for Republicans here in Connecticut. Look where the Republican Party was right around 2015, 2016, 2017. There was essentially an 18-18 split in the state Senate. The state Senate's 25-11 now. And those losses on the Republican side started after the first Trump election in 2016, and it hasn't gotten any better. Doesn't mean you can't believe in what you believe, but again, this is why back in 2016, I was like, I thought it was a gimmick too when he came down the golden escalator in 2015, and you had people starting to say, hey, he'll stay in for a while, he'll get 1 or 2 points, and then he'll drop out. Then all of a sudden, ding, 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 be careful what you want, what you wish for. So, yeah, for all you people bitching and moaning, oh, it's a blue state, we're never going to get we're never coming out. We were almost out of it in 2015, 2016, 2017. The state Senate was split 18-18. And a couple of conservative Democrats, when it came to money, made it basically 1917 or 2016. But then came the first cycle after Mr. Trump, and boom, it's been downhill ever since. The state house, the gap had been closed to less than 10 reps. Now the Democrats have, what, a 50-seat majority? In the 50 or 55 seats, something like that. Back in 2015, 2016, 2017, it was like 7 or 8 or 9. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, is this finally going to shift after decades and decades and multiple generations here? So listen, a lot of you folks like the election of Mr. Trump. I'm not going to argue with that at all, but it has firmly, maybe not firmly, you don't know how things change, but it has cemented. And I know there are people probably listening to me right now, maybe in the Republican hierarchy, saying, what are you saying? You know what I'm saying. I'm saying that as much as people like what Donald Trump has done with the country with, certain things like, foreign policy and immigration and all that here in Connecticut. Oh, just when the GOP was getting its head above water, about 10, 12 years ago, boom.
Town Fair Tire, the area's largest independent name brand tire dealer, sells any Continental tire you choose at the guaranteed lowest price. And Town Fair gives you the most free services for life on your Continental tires. So if you're searching for the best price and the most free services for life on Continental tires, get a Town Fair Tire, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Still a good ride on 95 from Stamford up to Norwalk. Same story on the Parkway. Both roadways, though, building into Westport. Further north, not too bad. Stratford and Milford. Southbound on the Parkway, though, heavy into the Route 8 ramps. Still doing okay up into Derby. Shelton on Route 8. Minor volume delays eastbound 84 through Newtown. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, below 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow, below 80s. Thursday, a few showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
On your laptop, on your smart speaker, and even on your radio. No matter where or how you listen, you've got Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And if you remember, part of those Republican gains that were made from like 2010, 2012 up through the mid-20 teens were methodically made what? Campaigning on, remember, the Malloy tax increases. Remember all that? And a lot of people were able to formulate a message in the General Assembly saying, hey, taxes and taxes and taxes, and it worked. And a great deal of that was engineered by Themis Claridis, if you remember. But, of course, no, she couldn't get the nomination for the U.S. Senate against Richard Blumenthal because, of course, a lot of people said, well, she's married to the guy from Eversource. Okay, who cares? What does that have to do with anything? So it shows you how Donald Trump's persona, his what he does, it just outweighs policy. And it's going to be a long time before the Connecticut Republican Party can outweigh the anger that's still in people's minds here. I mean, you have a Republican candidate here, a good, young, affable guy, good-looking guy, does well with people, understands policy well. He's got a great background, and yet he's down. And here's a guy who says, by the way, I'm going to do what I can I'm really going to get rid of the public benefits charge, put it back in the budget. So for a lot of people, your electric bill would be $100 cheaper, $150 cheaper if we can do this legislatively. And he's down by 20 points. 10 years ago, if Ryan Fazio runs, he probably wins. But again, a lot of the far right in the Republican Party, they continue to think they live in Alabama or Louisiana or Tennessee. And they live in Connecticut. And Lord knows, though, they in the mid-20 teens, they almost had it figured out. Unreal. 203-333-9422. But yeah, if you don't believe me, go back and, look at Ballotopedia or have AI pull it up. The state Senate was even, split 18-18. And it was only like an 8 or 9 vote margin in the state house. Now, geez, it's going to take decades to change that, if at all, if ever. Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you. Speaking of Themis Claridis,
yeah,
have you seen those TikTok videos of her dancing?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Well, nothing at all.
Okay.
She's welcome to do whatever she wants to.
That's it.
It looks a little odd.
Why does it look odd, Tim? Why does it look odd?
I don't know. She's telling me, where the latest,
All right.
Never mind. I'll just.
Okay, yeah. Why don't you just
tongue,
move on? Move on. Yes.
Moving on. On. If she knows where Miley Cyrus is playing next, please let us know.
Yep.
Because I think there's something wrong with the water in Wallingford and stuff. I don't know what Republican Party this one is that resembles the one of, Reagan was never for tariffs.
Yeah.
Was he? Of course not. All those people and stuff back in those days. Reagan implemented, arms control and including banning certain types of weapons and that sort of thing. He's never mentioned taking over foreign countries or anything like that, let alone. And what is his biggest 11th commandment?
Oh, thou shalt not speak ill of a fellow Republican.
What does this current one do?
It does it all the time. No,
every drop of the hat. He's
yeah.
He doesn't hold back. He's a gong show regular, ready to jump out of it through the cannon, do whatever. It's just the same. And most people across this country, even in the most red states, are saying this is hurting. This is they want alternatives.
Yeah.
They want. Okay, what's my alternative? How quickly can I get it?
Yep.
And they don't see it. And they're certainly not going to vote for some of the same old losers and that sort of thing. You got to have a dynamic person and stuff, flawed as they may be, who feels your pain, and that can, go on our city hall
but
and
that's
not going to happen.
And I know the illusion there was, hey, how you doing, Tim? He would have to be a liberal Republican today. There's no way with some of the stuff he said at that time. There's no way Bill Clinton. Now,
him and.
Now, finding
Carville and all those guys were the middle way. They were the, quote, third wave.
And now he'd be booed off the stage.
Which drove everybody else.
Yeah.
And the people like Jesse Jackson and all the progressives and stuff were told, hit to the door. We don't need you. And then, come on.
Yeah.
It's like, we're in control here. It's the white guys from the South.
Yeah.
We're into taking you over and stuff. So, again, it's amazing. I heard of local people telling me only this morning on local talk radio about to be a good patriot, you need to be a Christian.
Oh,
and that's,
I don't do that.
It's like then someone caught him and said, "Oh, judo, you could be a Jew too." I was like,
okay,
what?
all right, Tim. I do have to run. Thanks, appreciate that. Okay. People laughing, but we all do. Hey, how you doing? Let me tell you something. The one of the things that could fix the Democratic Party right now and bring them back to glory, another Bill Clinton.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Our first accident of the afternoon southbound on the Parkway approaching the Route 8. Rams delays go back to the Sikorsky Bridge. North on 95, not too bad out of Stamford. Just some patchy volume, heavier waves. Westport, Southport. Parkway looks good getting up to Route 7. Heavy into Westport. Some patchy volume on the Fairfield side. Still okay, Route 8. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair. We'll be in the low 60s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Still using the I got a guy approach for your digital marketing? Relying on one person in today's rapidly shifting online landscape is costing you more in lost opportunities. You need the deep bench expertise of Conrex Digital. We provide more than just a presence. We deliver results. From high converting websites and SEO to engaging social content and lead generation on Google and Meta, we handle it all. Dominate your competition with expert programmatic and streaming TV campaigns. Bold marketing, real results. Visit conrexdigital.com. Conrex Digital makes it happen.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, the number 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. If you were one of those who spoke perhaps last night or you were in attendance at Milford City Hall for the monthly meeting there, the Board of Aldermen, the Board of Alders there in Milford, and you were, I guess, one of the vast majority of people who gave, I guess, somewhere a little less than 70 people spoke last night, as we have in the news. And I guess all but 2 or 3 or 4 people spoke against the flock license plate readers and or the speed cameras. Only a handful saying that, hey, you know, the cameras should stay. They help solve crime. Love to hear from you. If you were there, if anybody you know went, your general thoughts on it. Same number, talk or text, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Go to our question of the day and a whole lot more as we continue right here. It is a Tuesday edition of Connecticut Today, 5:15 segment coming up, hour and change from now from Megan Portfolio.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. A new allegation, a new action regarding Congressman Max Miller, Ohio Republican, who denies allegations of abusing his now ex-wife and daughter. The House Ethics Committee today formally announced an investigation into Miller for alleged domestic violence and abuse or illegal drug use. Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Miller, telling him his re-election campaign is in jeopardy. Senator Bernie Moreno, Ohio Republican, ex-father-in-law of Miller's, wants Miller to resign.
This is truly the seventh level of hell. This has been a horrific experience for my entire family. My daughter specifically did not want this to be out in the public.
Bail's $1 million for a man arrested for allegedly starting the largest of the 3 wildfires in Spokane, Washington, that destroyed hundreds of buildings and forced tens of thousands of people from their homes. He went to prison for manslaughter in his father's 2010 killing in Arizona. Oil prices have been dropping as the U.S. tries to get a deal with Iran, but gasoline prices are still high. They could go higher, says Patrick DeHaan, Gas Buddy, head of petroleum analysis, because of the Ukraine attacks on Russian oil facilities.
The loss of refining capacity in Russia is problematic because traditionally Russia is a major exporter of product. Without any product to export after those refineries have been knocked offline, that is becoming another pain point that we're going to have to watch very closely in the weeks and months ahead.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has been confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee. Blanche can only afford to lose 2 Republican votes in the full Senate vote ahead, says ABC's Catherine Falders in Washington.
He still does have a challenge with the full Senate. He will likely get through, but that doesn't mean it's going to be smooth sailing between now and presumably Saturday night is when that full vote for Blanche, at this point at least, will likely be.
You're listening to ABC News.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Alleged terrorism attack brings a federal grand jury indictment.
Former Army Private Andrew Arabaka was charged with 1 count of arson for the attack, which prosecutors say began planning back in January. The entire incident last month was caught on surveillance footage, showing Arabaka allegedly lighting fireworks, pouring gasoline onto a stairwell and then lighting it, and then firing a BB rifle towards the main federal building in downtown Manhattan. Arabaka hasn't yet entered a plea, and an arraignment was not immediately scheduled. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
Extreme heat warnings for millions in the Southwest, says ABC News forecaster Samara Theodore.
113 degrees in Las Vegas, 112 in Palm Springs, 110 in Phoenix. Not much of a break in the coming days. The farther south you head, things have cooled off a bit in the north, but even there, firefighters have to be on the lookout because as we head towards the end of the week, temperatures will start to rise again.
Hitting a pause button, this state with a whole lot of data centers.
No data center, no data centers.
The protests have only gotten louder, and Texas Governor Greg Abbott has heard them, demanding last week that data centers be self-sufficient.
They must provide their own power, not taking power off the power grid.
Now he's gone a step beyond, announcing a moratorium on new data centers without approval from the state's regulatory agencies. He's offered no deadline on the completion of those audits. Jim Ryan, ABC News in Dallas-Fort Worth.
An up day for Wall Street. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Residents in Milford are weighing in on the flock camera debate. Many attended a Board of Aldermen meeting last night with a Milford Republican group asking for the cameras to be removed, citing privacy concerns. The meeting was the first of its kind since several cameras were vandalized in mid-July. City police are still searching for the suspects. While many are concerned that the cameras record the license plate, make, and model of every car picked up on the cameras, the company says the data is only stored for 30 days and they are used to help locate stolen vehicles and missing persons. Early voting is underway for the Connecticut primaries. Voters will decide races for governor and the U.S. House. Early voting hours will run from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., with extended hours from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. on Tuesday and Thursday. The Connecticut primary will take place next Tuesday, August 11th. And UConn is bringing former program scoring leader Nikesha Sales back to the team as an assistant coach. Sales grew up and played high school basketball in Bloomfield before playing for the Huskies from 1994 to 1998. She left Storrs as the program's all-time scoring leader, but now sits in 7th place all-time. She had coaching stints at UCF and Georgia under Katie Abrahamson Henderson at both schools. Sales says returning to Storrs is a full-circle moment, and she is grateful to be part of the team's legacy again. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
It's up on Parkway. Accident approaching the Route 8 ramps to back up almost to the Sikorsky Bridge. Northbound 95, we'll call it about 20 minutes. Stamford to Norwalk, a half hour Norwalk up to Bridgeport. Very heavy by Sherwood Island. Parkway northbound Apache Volume, Stamford up to Norwalk, and a little bit more. We'll call it about 35 to 40 minutes from Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport. Route 8's not too bad. Derby and Shelton. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, below 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow, below 80s. Thursday, a few showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. Fantabulous to have you with us right here at WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Question of the day here that I posted, because we still haven't heard anything from the governor as to whether or not he is going to go along with this, submit a list of scholarship granting organizations to help funnel some charitable donations that folks will be able to do if the state chooses to take part in a White House-sponsored program that would allow you to deduct $1,700 maximum off your tax return if you agree then to make an equivalent donation to some place that gives out scholarships to, yes, charter schools, non-public schools, religious academies, the STEM academies, things like that. State teachers don't like it. And so I asked the question today before we get back to the phones and the flock cameras and all this. Connecticut teachers unions oppose a federal private school tax voucher program that about 30 other states say they will take part in. Your thoughts? The governor not committing to it just yet. Maybe it's heat from the teachers unions. Chris has been looking over the responses we've had today. What do you have for us?
Ron wants us to follow the money. Teacher protectionism isn't good for the students. From Adam, what did you expect? John asks. Imagine if the students were taught the basics. It doesn't surprise Chris. Since when has the teachers union been for the kids? Draining funds from public school is wrong. From Michael, these tax vouchers are just another way of destroying public education, William says. Glenn says, of course they do, because they will actually have to step up the game and make public schools improved. Are you talking about the same teachers and administrators that allowed students to walk out of school without any repercussions protesting? And Ed says, all I need to see is the word union, and I instantly know there is scum involved.
You see, now I don't think we need to go there, but thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Well, he said it. I get it. How exactly? And we heard a couple of, and boy, Dennis, I know you're hanging on. We'll get to you momentarily. I heard a couple of people in there talk about destroying public education. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. I'm sorry. We're talking about, now nobody's out to destroy public education. You know, and a lot of these people who poo-poo now, not all these voucher programs are great. Not all charter schools are great. I'm not saying that. But put yourself in the position of a young family, mother, no father, father around, no mother, whatever. Maybe it's a family in Bridgeport, Hartford, and New Haven, you know, African-American family, Hispanic family, and they don't like the school that their kids are in. Maybe it's underachieving. Maybe they've been that way for years. And all of a sudden you get a program like this or other programs who say, yeah, you know what? Maybe we can get your child in a better school. Now, do you think that person is going to sit there and say, well, no, I don't want to do that for my kid because it's going to destroy public education? When I hear that destroy thing for a few $1,000 tax voucher, it's ridiculous. It makes no sense. Now, if you want to say, instead of saying it's going to destroy public education, which it's not, what you can say is, well, I am concerned about where the money goes and the efficacy of these programs. That's how an adult says that. You don't say, well, it's going to destroy public education. My God. Oi, as my mother used to say. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let's kick off the hour. Dennis in Newtown. Dennis, good afternoon. How are you? What's up?
I'm doing great, Paul.
Yeah.
I was Lisa Lessler was on the phone this morning with the people, and they said that audience speakers, they couldn't hear what they were saying, but everybody that was up at the politicians, they could hear them nice and clear.
Okay.
So there was a problem there, and you could talk to Lisa about that, or you may have heard of it.
Yeah,
And,
apparently people were complaining. I did see on social media where people, Dennis, were complaining that, yes, there was something a little funky with the sound system there. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, to be fair with both of you, meaning you and Lisa, Lisa's on the opposite side of what you are on.
Yes, she is.
It would be nice for the listeners to have both of you on. You have her, your guest, or she have you for her guest, and see how the people would react.
So you think you think we should go one-on-one on this? Okay, maybe I'll suggest that.
I think it'd be a good suggestion, and you're getting two different perspectives from the same radio station.
How about that, huh?
She said, yeah, it may turn some heads. Now, I called you a couple times before I talked to you.
Yeah.
I'm the one that has the son for the cop, and you say he'll set me in my place. I'd be getting on his back.
Yeah.
I forgot what it was.
Yeah, I forgot what that
back
was,
to
Dennis.
my wife.
Yeah.
So I've never. I got the two kids that are cops.
Oh, really?
One's in one's in the one close is a Wilton cop. He's on it for 26 years.
Wow.
My baby, his name is Sean,
Yeah.
and my baby, he's down in Vicksburg, Mississippi.
Wow.
He's on the sheriff's department down there.
Wow. How they
And
doing?
my oldest is 59.
Yeah. Wow.
And he's he's 50, and he's a security guard over at Wichita College in Bridgeport.
You sound.
And he doesn't care either way.
He doesn't.
But anyway,
Yeah.
the main thing I'm trying to get is it would really be really eye-opening to hear both of you competing against each other. She says it's against the Fourth Amendment.
Violation of the Fourth Amendment. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But
yes.
I see your point.
Mhm.
Having the two kids, that my kid tracked down a few things using those cameras.
Really?
Along Route 7. Yeah, it was. He had something stolen from Wilton,
Yeah.
and he tracked it off. He tracked it all the way up into Torrington, using those cameras from businesses, and they set up a trap and they got the guy.
Excellent.
So
Excellent.
I see the good and the bad.
Dennis.
So I'm not partial to either one.
No, I get it. I get it.
Okay.
Dennis,
you can set something up.
I will talk to Lisa about that. Dennis, thank you, and you take care out there, okay?
I now talk to Melissa
Uh-huh.
and Dee about that too.
All right. Hey, Dennis, take care, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Me and Lisa going one-on-one about the cameras. But she's got far more of a critical legal mind than I do. I mean, my God, her resume against mine. Jeez, I got no shot. But Dennis, thanks. I'll mention that to her and see what she says.
When you want real local news, you turn to WICC. When you want real live and local talk, you turn to WICC. There's no AI here. We're in your community because it's our community too. Personalities you know and trust, delivering what matters to you. We're the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Need a new roof? If you've got cracked or curled shingles, the answer is yes. I'm Eddie Griffin, owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. We don't just install your roof, we fortify it. Backed by a 50-year no-leak warranty. Payments start as low as $99 per month. Connecticut homeowners have trusted Brown Roofing for over 50 years. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Buying or selling a home is one of the biggest decisions you will ever make. That's why you need a team with the experience. Jonathan Carbuti of Carbuti & Company Realtors delivers local expertise to help buyers find the right property and sellers maximize their home's value. John and his team put your goals first. Choose the proven difference. Call Carbuti & Company Realtors today at 203-980-6886.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Let's be real.
With Trump in the White House, times have been tough. But in Connecticut, thankfully, we've had a governor who put his foot down and protected us from the chaos. When Donald Trump cut health coverage, Lamont capped insulin costs, canceled medical debt for working people, and restored the health care funding our families depend on. Now he's working towards universal health care. While ICE creates chaos nationwide, Governor Lamont's passed laws banning ICE from our schools and places of worship.
ICE, go home. We're keeping Connecticut safe without you.
And as Trump cut taxes for billionaires, Governor Lamont's cutting taxes for the middle class, with new plans to make sure big corporations paid their fair share.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
With Trump in the White House, we need a governor with the experience and the backbone to fight back. That's Ned Lamont.
I'm Ned Lamont, candidate for governor, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Ned for CT. Approved by Ned Lamont.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
The Voice of Connecticut has the most up-to-date and accurate weather reports. Listen to the Voice of Connecticut for the Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather report and stay informed.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway southbound accident should be almost wrapped up. Approaching the Route 8 ramp, still some slowdowns back to the Sikorsky Bridge. Northbound on 95 in the Parkway, both about 20 minutes from Stamford up to Norwalk. You'll save a little bit of time on 95 getting up into Bridgeport. It's about 30 to 35 minutes, heaviest right around Sherwood Island. Parkway's about 40 minutes from Norwalk getting up into Route 8. Route 8 just starting to build into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Courtesy Carpet Flooring and Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut, Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair. We'll be in the low 60s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
News and talk for Fairfield County since 1926. 100 years of WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
So we continue to get an explanation from a lot of local police people, both nationally and around Connecticut, when it comes to these license plate reader cameras. Again, the speed cameras, the red light cameras, the stop sign cameras, that's a complete separate issue. It upsets people, but you could always go a different route and not encounter any of those. Now, having said that, if you look at or listen to, because a lot of it was said last night too at Milford City Hall, but if you look at the scenarios of a lot of these police chiefs, a lot of these police administrators, a lot of people on governing boards, RTMs, boards of aldermen, they do present two sides of this. And you cannot, unless you're just a complete whack job, you cannot dispute the fact that, and again, you can be concerned about the data, you can be concerned about malfeasance of some people who what they're doing with this data. I 100% agree with you on that. But you also cannot, you really can't, because there's a lot of documented occurrences out there, both locally and nationally. You cannot just brush off the fact that these license plate readers help police find suspects. They help them solve crimes. And solving crime is what we want our police to do, our fine men and women in blue out there, the thin blue line. That's what we pay our hard-earned local and state tax dollars to do. So is there, if you are in principle against these cameras, in principle, say no, they're, they may violate the Fourth Amendment or whatever. So then, by that same premise, if you pull these cameras out, let's say every city or town in Connecticut, and there's about 40 or 45 municipalities that use these things, are you okay with knowing that some crimes, maybe not that they won't get solved, but it will be tougher to track down perpetrators? Because I see a lot of this online. I see a lot of, well, the cops could just do it with good old footwork. Really? So good old footwork, back to Dragnet and the days of detectives, that's going to solve crime. Now, not that it doesn't solve crimes, but I'm not sure people understand how much these license plate readers help local police who have said it on this show and other programs here. They allow you to look for a timeline, to look for a vehicle. And again, I have to stop and say this every few seconds here. I'm not for abusing the data and the database here and how long this stuff is retained. That is a major issue here. And how AI is used. But is it really wise, if you live in a city or town that you're paying police to watch, and the police say, hey, we know we're trying to tighten up our data usage on this stuff with the AI and Flock and all these things, does it really make sense to say, well, I want them pulled out? Really? Especially when your police department often shows you, hey, by the way, because we use these Flock cameras or license plate readers, we were able to apprehend this suspect or find this person, this elderly person who was disoriented. So even with the evidence we get from police, you still want to get rid of them?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's up on Parkway, accident clear near the Route 8 ramps, delays of east going back to the Sikorsky Bridge. Patchy volume Parkway, Stamford up to Norwalk. It's about maybe 15, 20 minutes. 95, a little bit heavier out of Stamford. Both roadways about 40 minutes to go. Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport and up into the Route 8 ramps. Northbound Route 8 building a little bit into the Commodore Hull Bridge. 95 in the Parkway, New Haven County looking okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield, weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, below 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow, below 80s. Thursday, a few showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top-quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. Looking for love? Then adopt a furry friend today from the Connecticut Humane Society. Give a pet a second chance and gain a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt, volunteer, or donate. Go to cthumane.org and make a tail wag today.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. Keeping you up to date on everything that matters. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
All righty, a friend Anthony in Shelton. Anthony, hang on. You'll be first with plenty of time out of the news. But just wondering, folks, and I respect you if you don't like the constant surveillance. I respect you if you're concerned about the data and how it's used and how it's retained. So am I. But really, just eliminate these cameras, even when the police are giving you documented cases, when they say these cameras were indispensable to find a quick resolution to crime in your city or town. You okay with that?
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. The House Ethics Committee today formally announced an investigation into Congressman Max Miller, Ohio Republican, for alleged domestic violence and abuse or illegal drug use. Miller has denied allegations. Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Miller, telling him his re-election campaign's in jeopardy. Senator Bernie Moreno, Ohio Republican and ex-father-in-law of Miller's, says of his daughter,
she's going to have high-definition videos. She's going to have news stories. She's going to have everything out there. She's going to read that as an adult going, what the heck happened?
And his granddaughter, Moreno, wants Miller to resign. Bails $1 million for a man arrested for allegedly starting the largest of 3 wildfires in Spokane, Washington. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has been confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee. Full Senate vote is ahead. Chipotle says it's removed jalapenos from some of its restaurants after health officials said they could be linked to salmonella. This is ABC News.
WICC 600 and 95.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Residents in Milford are weighing in on the flock camera debate. Many attended a Board of Aldermen meeting last night with a Milford Republican group asking for the cameras to be removed, citing privacy concerns.
It is the people against the corporations. It is the people against the government. Do not sleep. Do not take your rights for granted.
We've been told that Flock focuses on stolen vehicles, violent criminals, and missing people, but Milford's portal has shown searches labeled failed to yield, suspicious activity, anonymous tip, suspicious mail. That is broader than the narrow description residents were given.
The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay?
The meeting was the first of its kind since several cameras were vandalized in mid-July. City police are still searching for the suspects, while many are concerned that the cameras record the license plate, make, and model of every car picked up on the cameras. The company says the data is only stored for 30 days, and they are used to help locate stolen vehicles and missing persons. 2 Connecticut towns are shutting down their flock license plate readers. City officials in Windsor and Killingworth are killing the programs altogether. Law enforcement officials say the devices are critical to catching stolen vehicles, missing persons, and other incidents. Many residents are concerned about what the data is being used for and who is receiving the data. The Windsor Town Council voted 5-4 to not renew the city's contract with Flock in July. A boil water advisory has been lifted for thousands of residents and businesses in Waterbury. The advisory had been issued for approximately 15,000 customers after 2 water main breaks occurred along Tompkins Street. Officials say all water samples from the affected areas tested negative for bacteria. The body, pulled from the West River in New Haven, has been identified. The medical examiner has identified the body recovered from the river on Sunday as that of 13-year-old King Best. Best had been missing since he jumped into the river early Thursday morning. Attorney General William Tong and a coalition of 43 states and territories have announced a proposed $400 million settlement with generic drug maker Sandoz, accusing the company of conspiring to inflate prices on prescription medications and limit competition. If finalized, Sandoz will pay approximately $469 million overall, including amounts from previous agreements, while also implementing internal reforms to comply with antitrust laws. The settlement follows a years-long multi-state investigation led by Connecticut into alleged price fixing across the generic drug industry.
This huge cartel of companies who have colluded illegally to artificially inflate the price of prescription drugs and agree amongst themselves to split up the market and not compete with each other so they can keep prices up here.
State officials say the case has already resulted in nearly $97 million in additional settlements with other drug manufacturers, with the first trial in the broader litigation expected to begin in 2027. Governor Ned Lamont held a news conference this morning in New Haven to make an announcement regarding the release of state-funded food assistance for low-income Connecticut residents who have been pushed out of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, commonly known as SNAP, due to the newly implemented changes from the federal government. The changes expand work requirements for some older adults, veterans, parents, and other groups, while also limiting eligibility for non-citizens. Connecticut shoppers will get a bigger break during this year's sales tax-free week, with the tax-free limit increasing from $100 to $300 per item on eligible clothing and footwear. The annual tax holiday runs August 16th through August 22nd, and many items like backpacks, shoes, and higher-priced outerwear under the $300 limit will qualify. State officials say the change is designed to help families save more on back-to-school shopping, and items such as jewelry, handbags, and specialty athletic equipment remain subject to the sales tax. And a new study shows Connecticut schools rank in the top 5 in the country. The analysis from Consumer Affairs looked at K-12 academic performance, school funding, higher education, and school safety. The state ranks number 3 overall, with the study showing that Connecticut high schools graduate at an 89% rate and have the highest average ACT scores in the nation at 27.1. The state also ranked 4th in school funding. Connecticut actually fell 1 spot from last year as it was overtaken by Massachusetts, which jumped from 3rd to 1st. New York came in at 2nd, while New Jersey and Washington rounded out the top 5. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Southbound Parkway accident clear near the Route 8 ramps, delays of east going back to the Sikorsky Bridge. Patchy volume Parkway, Stamford up to Norwalk. It's about maybe 15-20 minutes. 95 a little bit heavier out of Stamford. Both roadways about 40 minutes to go. Norwalk getting up into Bridgeport and up into the Route 8 ramps. Northbound Route 8 building a little bit into the Commodore Hull Bridge. 95 in the Parkway, New Haven County looking okay. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair. We'll be in the low 60s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Make your voice heard. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
By the way, we should mention on a state level here, the DOT says it will not pause its approval for speed cameras. Now, remember, the speed cameras, the approvals are requested by cities and towns, and the DOT has to rubber stamp your plan. Well, the DOT has come out the last couple of days in reaction to a couple of our friends here on the radio station, both Steve Harding, I believe, and Tony Wong, saying, hey, we're going to, can you pause these approvals because of allegations that they use old data, but the DOT says, no, we're not going to do that. So you have that issue as well. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Well, my question here is, do you really want to pull these cameras down and stop before we have a definitive reason to, before we have a definitive federal court decision that says, and I know a lot of people love to say this, but there's been no decision by the Supreme Court or no robust decision by lower courts that say that these flock cameras or any kind of cameras, again, flock is just one manufacturer, these license plate reading devices, using AI or not, there's been no court decision to say these are Fourth Amendment violations. And the cops do solve some crimes with this. So you have a choice. You have a choice. You can either say, hey, leave everything the way it is. You could say, tweak how the data is retained, for how long it's retained. Or you could say, I don't care how many crimes are solved with this, pull them all down. So then you're tacitly saying you're okay with some crime. Is that what you're saying? I don't know. Well, that's not what I'm saying, Paul. Sure sounds like it. Anthony in Shelton's been hanging on. Anthony, how are you, sir? Good afternoon.
Good, Paul. Nice talking to you. Two examples that I think should be known to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
One in Fairfield, a father got on the other day on the radio with your morning host and said he was thankful for the cameras because he found out his son was doing almost 80 miles an hour in the 35-mile-an-hour zone.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks that saved his son's life going forward. And secondly, the baby who was accidentally the car was stolen with a baby in it, 2 years old.
Yeah.
They found it within 15 minutes because of the cameras.
Yeah.
What your own children? What could you miss? You can't put money on that. You can't put a price on that.
But yet, Anthony, I have seen social media posts from people over the weekend who not necessarily here in Connecticut, but out of state. I jump in these chats who say, Anthony, they actually say that they don't care. One guy said, I don't care how good it works, it's unconstitutional, which it's not. That's the thinking of people. So you would think it's a no-brainer, Anthony, but it's not with some people. It's not. You know? All right, Anthony, you still there? No, I must have lost the signal there. All right. 203-333-9422. Because there are people, and look. A lot of these anti-license plate cameras, these are bots. They're not real people. Because somebody says something dumb, and I say, let me take a look at your Facebook profile or your Instagram profile, and you could tell they're generic pictures. Don't think for a minute that a lot of this is being stirred up. A lot of this isn't being stirred up by Russia, China, Cuba, Iran, North Korea. Yeah, they have what they call bot farms. And sometimes I have to realize, Paul, what are you doing? Go to sleep. You're arguing with a computer. But yeah, I have seen a lot of people. Every time Flock and these other companies are engaging in corporate PR, saying, "Hey, look at all the crimes we have we've helped solve." Well, I can't believe the companies are doing that. Why? It's corporate PR. It's been around for 1,000 years. So again, my question is here, and Evan in Norwalk, Evan, hang on, we'll do the break, and we'll be right to you, I promise. But before you think your city or town, you just, no matter how secure the data, you want the cameras down, I have an idea. Go to your local police department. Ask if you could speak to the desk sergeant there, or maybe the chief, or somebody on the police commission, and say, can you give me examples of how these plate readers have been used to find and arrest criminals and solve cases, building a timeline. And then ask yourselves, when you hear this information and it's documented, there are case numbers, there are witnesses, ask yourselves, so is my intransigence on this worth criminals being able to get away with stuff?
The Center for Family Justice proudly presents the 29th Annual Speaking of Women Luncheon, presented by M&T Bank, featuring Stephen Mills. September 15th at the Waterview in Monroe. Stephen Mills, award-winning author of Chosen, a memoir of stolen boyhood, and a nationally recognized advocate for child abuse prevention and survivor support. Speaking of Women helps CFJ provide crisis and supportive services to victims of domestic and sexual violence in 6 local communities. For tickets and info, visit centerforfamilyjustice.org.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-555-1509, 800-555-1509, or biglou.com.
Paid for by Term Provider. It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC's 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
It was a record-setting day on Wall Street for both the Dow and the S&P 500 for a couple reasons. Much better than expected earnings coming from the likes of Palantir, a big rebound in both semiconductor and software stocks, and Treasury Secretary Bessent saying a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could come as early as tomorrow, prompting oil prices and interest rates both to plunge. The Dow finished with a 907-point gain, 1.75% to a record 54,085. The S&P up 136 points, new high of 77.36. The Nasdaq shy of a new high, but still surging 671 points, almost 2.6% to 26,584. Oil tumbled $4.64 to $75.70 a barrel on the Bessent comments. 10-year note yields dropping to 4.61%. The dollar a little weaker. Gold and silver also rebounding, up nearly $46 for gold and up $1.95 for silver. After the close, SpaceX reported results. The stock is down after doubling its capital expenditures from the first quarter to the quarter just reported.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 in the Parkway. Book about 15 to 20 minutes to go Stamford up to Norwalk. Half hour to 40 minutes ought to do it from Norwalk up into Bridgeport. starting to build a little bit. 8 and 25 connector coming off 95. Some minor delays up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. 95 just patchy volume. Milford getting up into West Haven. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, below 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow, below 80s. Thursday, a few showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut has a lot of problems. Here's the man who will solve them. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So if you're against these license plate reader cameras, what could change your mind? If you're, say, your municipality says, okay, we're going to lock down the data here. We're going to double and triple authenticate people accessing the data here, because you're not being honest if you don't understand and believe that these systems work. They work. Now, they come with a double-edged sword. I'm not saying they don't. And I respect people in Milford who were saying get rid of the cameras, and people blocking the cameras. What are you doing? Blocking the cameras. I understand you, but they're not unconstitutional. They're not. At least we don't know that for the time being. So understand when you're voicing your non-preference for having these, your opposition is trying to get opposition out. Geez, when you're voicing your opposition, understand that these things do help the cops to one extent or another. They do. Evan in Norwalk has been hanging on. Evan, thanks for hanging on. You're on WICC. How are you?
Hey, good afternoon, Paul. How are you?
Good. What's up, my friend?
Well, I'm listening to you close regarding the cameras.
Yeah.
I am for it, but there's only one question that you probably need. It's a comment that's going to turn into a question.
Okay.
You know, down the line, by collecting data, at the very end in the future, they're going to try to use it against us. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
When you collect data,
yeah,
it then goes to a process. You know what they do with food now? You look up some food. Some fruit has no seed, meaning that me as a person, if I buy food and I can't put the seed in the ground because it no longer exists in that becomes total control, because when I don't have the seed to put in the ground for it to give me some other fruits or some other fruit, so what happened? I'm depending on the guy who I can actually creating it. And that's basically what's happening with the cameras.
Well,
they're collecting data for now.
Well,
it says that it's solving crime. It's true. It's solving crime, but the bigger purpose is behind it.
Okay, so you, Evan, believe that there is a bigger purpose. You think the crime solving is a mask then for what are bigger reasons?
That's my conspiracy.
All right, Evan, thanks. You're breaking up a little, my friend. I got to let you go, but all right. See, listen, Evan is among a lot of people, and I've heard this. A lot of people think this is a massive data collection tool to, in some way, control us, or in some way to figure out what's going on. You know, they point to China. Apparently, everybody passes in front of one or two cameras every day. All right, Evan, I thank you for the call. You're a little tough to hear there. It was breaking up, but I respect that. I just don't believe that. That's me. Evan and I can probably differ on this. But again, if you're going to differ on it intelligently. Listen, Evan had his beliefs on it, and I respect that. But you can say, I believe this, that, or the other, but you have to understand that there are some crime-fighting aspects to this that work. And if you think that, and there are people, now look, I should really get offline, I know that. But there are some people who think all these all these anecdotes about crimes being solved with this. Oh, they're making them all right. So you're now saying the cops are falsifying police reports? Come on, please. But again, 203-333-9422. If you are anti-license plate reader, what could change your mind? And I have a simple question. I have a simple question that some people don't ever answer for me online. Other people are honestly. I get called a bootlicker, whatever. I got called a bootlicker the other day. It was 4 times in a couple of weeks. I ask a simple question. If your child, your son or daughter, if they were kidnapped and you had an idea of whose vehicle they may be in, and your city or town has a flock camera setup or a setup of some license plate readers, and the police say to you, sir or ma'am, give us the plate of the car you think they're in, and we'll put it into our system right now. Do you want the cops to do that, yes or no? Well, Paul, it depends on the data. No. I'm asking you a simple question. Or if your elderly relative who can still drive but is having memory problems, you don't know where they are, they're not answering their phone, do you want to call the cops and say, officer, I don't know where my grandfather is, or I don't know where my father is, and they say, okay, sir, or okay, ma'am, can they still drive? Yes, they can, and here is the vehicle, make, and number of the plate. Do you want to? Are you going to tell the officer in your local department, here's the plate, but I don't want you using the flock system? What's it going to be? Or my business was just broken into. It was a smash and grab. I'm a jeweler, and somebody got me a partial license plate. And the officer says, good, we can trace even a partial plate. What do you have? Numerals and letters. Okay, it's Connecticut, blah, 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 blah. Now, as a business owner that may have lost something and wants revenge for that, do you want your local police department or police agency in any way, shape, or form, town or city or sheriffs or whatever? We don't have sheriffs here. But, do you want to use a license plate reader system, yes or no? And please don't give me the, well, it depends. No. You either want to use this, and again, you have to separate the two issues here. The one issue, well, there's actually 3 issues. The law enforcement part of it is issue 1. The constitutionality is issue 2, right? That'd be issue 1 and issue 2. And issue 3 is how you feel about this whole thing. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Continuing with no major accidents across lower Fairfield County, about a half hour, both 95 in the Parkway, Stamford to Norwalk. About 45 minutes on the Parkway, a very heavy ride out of Norwalk into Westport. 95's got that heavy wave, too, from the bridge at 17 in Westport, getting on up into Southport. Northbound on the Route 8, a little bit of company getting up towards the Commodore Hall Bridge and starting to build northbound on the Parkway into the West Rock Tunnel into New Haven County. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair. We'll be in the low 60s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey, girl. I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager. Hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Got a comment here, Paul. I pay my city taxes to fund the police department. Okay, I want the police department to do their job and not have AI do it for them. Take them down and let the Connecticut residents vote on it in November. All right, I respect that. I disagree with it. Listen, the genie is out of the bottle on artificial intelligence, okay? The cops use this to solve crimes. They are documented. They said it the other day in Milford. They got that guy who allegedly killed that elderly, or one, the husband, I guess the wife is still recovering in Milford in a break-in. And they said the police chief, Chief Mello, said that AI and the license plate reader cameras help there. No, with all due respect to this, no. I don't want anybody voting on this in November. No, sir, no, ma'am. Now, you can be concerned about it, but the last thing I want to do is put crime-fighting decisions up to the general electorate. With how people vote on certain things in this state, nice idea, not happening. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't be prudent. No.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. The House Ethics Committee today formally announced an investigation into Congressman Max Miller for alleged domestic violence and abuse or illegal drug use. Miller has denied allegations. Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Miller, telling him his re-election campaign's in jeopardy. ABC's Peter Harlambous.
Miller has faced accusations of abuse by at least two different women, former White House Press Secretary Stephanie Grisham and Emily Moreno, the daughter of Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio. He told reporters today that he believes Miller's unfit for office.
My daughter lives in constant fear of this man.
Responding to Emily Moreno's accusations, including that he threw her against a wall and held a gun to her head, Miller tried to discredit his ex-wife.
If I had assaulted her, would she have offered to cook me dinner 6 days later?
Miller's running for re-election, and he's denied the allegations, sued both women for defamation, and called for a House ethics investigation into his own conduct. Peter Harlambous, ABC News.
Bails $1 million for a man arrested for allegedly starting the largest of the three wildfires in Spokane, Washington, that destroyed hundreds of buildings and forced tens of thousands of people from their homes. He went to prison for manslaughter in his father's 2010 killing in Arizona. ABC's Alex Stone in Spokane.
Today, some of the evacuation orders are being lifted or they are being at least lessened where people can start coming back. A lot of the evacuees are now able to come in and start seeing what remains.
Acting Attorney General and AG nominee Todd Blanche has been confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee. He can only afford to lose 2 Republican votes in the full Senate vote ahead. On Wall Street, the Dow and S&P 500 closed at new records as stocks rallied on hopes of an Iran deal, lower oil prices, and strong corporate earnings. Oil continued to drop, U.S. and Brent crude finishing $75 and $79 a barrel. You're listening to ABC News.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
More on money. SpaceX, which reports its first earnings as a publicly traded company today, closed at $125 a share, up about 9%. The national average U.S. price for a gallon of regular grade gasoline as of less than an hour ago was $4.07, up 34 cents from last month. That's 91 cents higher than last year. There was no big winner in last night's $753 million Powerball drawing. Tomorrow night's big prize up to now $786 million. Suspicion or downright opposition to AI data centers appears to cut across party lines. ABC's Jim Ryan says Democrat-dominated New York was the first to impose a moratorium on the facilities.
Now deep red Texas has done the same. Governor Greg Abbott, once an ardent supporter of data centers, has shut the door on new ones until the state can audit their potential impact on public water and power supplies. More than 330 data centers are up and running in Texas, with another 250 on the drawing board.
Nate Rouette and his brother, fishing on a Massachusetts beach, got the surprise of their lives, reeling in a 5-foot tiger shark.
I saw those horizontal, those lines, indicating that it was a tiger shark, which was super cool. Immediately I started yelling at my brother. I was like, it's a tiger shark. And he was in disbelief.
Scientists say the tropical species showing up farther north because of warmer ocean waters. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Residents in Milford are weighing in on the flock camera debate. Many attended a Board of Aldermen meeting last night with a Milford Republican group asking for the cameras to be removed, citing privacy concerns. The meeting was the first of its kind since several cameras were vandalized in mid-July. City police are still searching for the suspects, while many are concerned that the cameras record the license plate, make, and model of every car picked up on the cameras. The company says the data is only stored for 30 days, and they are used to help locate stolen vehicles and missing persons. The body pulled from the West River in New Haven has been identified. The medical examiner has identified the body recovered from the river on Sunday as that of 13-year-old King Best. Best had been missing since he jumped into the river early Thursday morning. Residents are dealing with floodwaters throughout Connecticut after heavy rain on Monday. In Hartford, trash bins were seen floating down streets, and restoration crews were working to deal with flooded basements. Rainfall totals throughout the state were recorded from anywhere between 1 to 4 inches on Monday morning. Flooding also forced drivers to turn around in Enfield and Suffield. Unpassable roadways and standing water in front lawns were reported in multiple areas. And a new study shows Connecticut schools rank in the top 5 in the country. The analysis from Consumer Affairs looked at K through 12 academic performance, school funding, higher education, and school safety. The state ranks number 3 overall, with the study showing that Connecticut high schools graduate at an 89% rate and have the highest average ACT scores in the nation at 27.1. The state also ranked 4th in school funding. Connecticut actually fell 1 spot from last year as it was overtaken by Massachusetts, which jumped from 3rd to 1st. New York came in at 2nd, while New Jersey and Washington rounded out the top 5. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Patchy volume northbound 95 in the Parkway from Stamford getting up into Norwalk, and then it's about 40 to 45 minutes getting up into Bridgeport. 95 is very heavy from the Saugatuck Bridge at exit 17 getting up into Southport. Parkway heavy through Westport. Patchy volume on the Fairfield side. Route 8 just a little bit of company up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Good ride further north up into Seymour. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, below 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Paul Piselli here. Chris Williams behind the glass. We've got Tom on traffic today. We've got Paul Piorek on the forecast. The whole crew, the whole kit and caboodle are here. Yeah, a lot of stuff in the news. Talking primarily, though, today regarding, I guess, Milford now being one of the epicenters of this push to put a moratorium on license plate readers and speed cameras. Now, look, I can understand some of the outrage on the speed cameras, because even though the cops and the city officials around Connecticut are telling you where they are, and even though the cops have said speeding is way down, a lot of people don't like it because they think they're speed traps, even though the DOT says, no, we have a process to prevent speed traps. What is it? Whatever. I can get on board with some of that, some of it. But I am really finding fascinating, and listen, what we saw in Milford last night, I had friends of mine that were there, people I know in the media covering it too. That really is our representative form of government. People getting together and saying, hey, we don't like this. My only advice to them is take a breath for just a minute, and instead of saying they all need to go, say to yourself, well, can you at least understand that they do have a purpose? And just about every police department in the state, experts I've talked to on this program have said that they are a good crime-solving tool. They can follow the progression of a suspect. That's what it's for. Well, it records everybody's position. Well, yeah, because you're looking for a grain of sand in a city. And I don't know how else you do that. In fact, a lot of the civil libertarians are going nuts now because is it Flock or some other company is allowing allowing people, private citizens who have these Ring doorbell cameras or the Nest cameras or whatever, to join a voluntary cooperative, and you can share and allow the police department and whomever needs to tap into your doorbell camera video. Do you know this? I'll get the info on the first break here, but yeah, you can now tap in, allow the police department or the feds or whatever to tap in to your video. Why are people doing it? Because they want to help against crime. And that's the issue that you have to confront on this. If you are of the position that, well, I don't care how much crime is being solved with this, I would urge you to rethink that. I think, personally, you can say you don't agree with me, that's fine. Personally, I think the more pragmatic thing would be, all right, we need, because even some police departments have admitted that they're a little leery as to what happens with this info. Not necessarily around here, but I've read that across the country. So rather than remove these cameras, because trust me, they're not spying on you. The local cops are not, these police departments with 30, 40, 50, 60 men and women, these aren't mega departments here. So what I would say is, and my town I don't think has them, and if they went with them, I'd say fine with me. But what's happening to the data? Now, the other part of this that I think is interesting is something I brought up. And somebody here just texted me something. Yes, some of these license plate readers and or components are made with connections apparently to China. Now, you know what I feel about China now. Nothing about the great Chinese people, but do you trust China with anything? Now, apparently, I was given a list here. Thank you. This is excellent. I don't want to go reading this because I have to make sure it's accurate if I'm going to do that. Yeah, now see, that's where I would turn my efforts here. I wouldn't say pull them down because the cops, local, national, you see all of this social media now. Hey, by the way, we got this guy or we got these bad dudes with the help of these plate readers. But I think it's perfectly okay, right? And maybe you agree or disagree with me. 203-333-942 to say, hey, wait a minute. Can we make these cameras in America? Can we make sure there's not inner technology that's sending stuff back to the Chinese, back to Xi Jinping and his minions? Now, see, but again, that's something that because of international repercussions, a lot of people are scaredy cat to say.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us. Voiceofct.com.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Sign up for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
We are in the midst of hurricane season here in Connecticut, and let me be real, it's not over until the beginning of November. We've already seen our fair share of storms, including what happened on July 4th. It's time to get that free tree risk assessment I tell you about all the time from my friends at K&J Tree Service. We had the free tree risk assessment done last year, and it gave us such peace of mind going into the winter, the spring, and now hurricane season. And what's cool about K&J Tree Service is they only have certified arborists come out to check your property.
We only send licensed arborists to the property to do those health assessments. And certainly there's so many things that we can do aside from just take a tree down.
You can call Ricky and his team at K&J Tree Service by calling 203-248-TREE or just go to kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment. No obligation to do the work, but definitely gives you peace of mind and a better understanding of how healthy your trees are or are not on your property and how likely they are to come down the next time a storm rolls through. Check out kjtreeservice.com to book that free tree risk assessment.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Head to voiceofct.com and sign up your office for free breakfast delivered from Cakes by Sonia. It's the WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Patchy volume northbound 95 in the Parkway from Stamford getting up into Norwalk, and then it's about 40 to 45 minutes getting up into Bridgeport. 95 is very heavy from the Saugatuck Bridge at exit 17 getting up into Southport. Parkway heavy through Westport, patchy volume on the Fairfield side. Route 8 just a little bit of company up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. A good ride further north up into Seymour. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair. We'll be in the low 60s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Trumbull's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to open phones momentarily. Somebody just sent me, before we talk to Megan, somebody just sent me a note here. Hey, maybe if there were license plate readers around Nancy Guthrie, she might have been alive. Yeah, well, our pal Ken Gray, University of New Haven, said that the other day. Ken, retired FBI agent. He said that case could have been solved in 2 or 3 days. But again, no plate readers out where they are. Listen, they can scan me all the time. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, where's Pacelli going? 3 words, chicken and broccoli. That's it. That's what you'll find with me. Megan Portfolio's here. Megan, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well, Paul. And yourself?
Oh, I'm living the dream. Living the dream. It's too late for law school, too late for med school. So what am I going to do? You know?
Oh, so I'm never going to see you on a big billboard.
Well, no. You probably know. Is that a comment to some of the people in the legal profession? Is that what you're saying?
Well, there is one certain billboard I actually do get a kick out of, and it was the one that just had Ric Flair from the WWE on it. So I'm a big fan.
All right, your latest piece here at the Yankee Institute, the Hartford Portfolio. You take a look at the financial disclosures of the 3 gentlemen, all of whom want to either be the new governor or the returning governor of the state of Connecticut. And what did we find, Megan?
Well, so I had to get this through a Freedom of Information request. All the lawmakers, the executive branch, elected constitutional officers, the bureaucrats, they all have to fill out these statements of financial interest.
Yeah.
And they do it every year. They're not complete balance sheets. They don't disclose values of anything, but it's kind of like a little peek into what, they're investing in and where they're getting their money from.
Yeah.
So I looked at 3 side by side. Well, I guess side by side, there's 3 of them. And I did a fair analysis. This is not about politics or anything. It was just here's the details. Sure. I'm not implying any wrongdoing on anyone's part. This is just the facts, Jack. So I'll start with Lamont's because he was the most complicated. It was 58 pages long. Yeah. Well, not surprisingly, his wife is a very successful venture capitalist.
Yeah.
So most of that was disclosures on the different investments she had. They do own a property in Greenwich. They also own something called the 57th Street Condo, LLC.
Yeah.
And that appears to be a Manhattan condo that they purchased in around 2012 for almost $5 million.
All right.
So like NBD,
so it's like
own multiple properties.
So it's like a crash pad when they're in the city. That's good. All right, I got it. Yeah. All right.
And that's about it. There was one the thing that I found interesting when he first took office, he appointed what they call an attorney in fact, and basically gave this person authority to manage certain assets.
Okay.
But the last report from 2025 did not show that this gentleman was actually managing anything.
Okay.
So that was just probably, I don't know if that was throwover language from when he filled this out back then.
Okay.
I wasn't really sure what the deal is, but he used to have someone manage certain assets, and that person doesn't seem to be doing that now.
All right.
And then let me jump over to Senator Fazio.
Yeah.
His was basically aggressively boring. It was 5 pages.
Yeah.
Just a typical, he's a young guy. He has a job. He owns his property in Riverside and had a few investments, like a Vanguard fund, and he had another fund. So really not much to untangle with his. And then we come to Josh Elliott, Representative Elliott. And again, his filing, no big deal. He looks like just an average capitalist. From the guy running from the left, from the progressive side.
Yeah.
His portfolio is very capitalist, and actually, I was like, this is some stuff that was very interesting that I might even invest in. He has investments in American Express, IBM, McDonald's, Microsoft, Disney, Verizon. And then he just has a couple investment products with BlackRock, New York Mellon, Janus. But then this was the most interesting out of all the reports.
Yeah.
He actually owns 2 line items for Avangrid Inc. which is the parent company for UI.
Yeah.
So I found that to be the most interesting. Now, this disclosure was from 2025, so I don't know if he still owns these. I don't know how much he owns, but he does. He is a shareholder of Avangrid.
Yeah. Did it list his store in Hamden, Time and Season?
Oh yes, I apologize. Yes. Time and Season. I've actually been there.
I have too. In fact,
shop.
he was at the station here the other day with our midday host, and I said, I've contributed to your retirement fund, and he says, why? I said, because I worked at a radio station directly across the street from your store.
Oh yeah, I lived in Hamden. I try to eat, when I can afford it, organic, and so they have a lot of organic stuff there. So I was actually a customer of his shop.
Yeah.
But his Avangrid was just a little interesting because a big part of his campaign is against these private utility companies. And he's saying we should no longer be subsidizing utility shareholders. Well, that's convenient since you are a shareholder.
Yeah.
So that was the most interesting thing.
So nothing really earth-shattering then, Megan.
No,
about
which is good. I mean, based on these reports, nothing shady is going on. I mean, there may be just some conflict with your political messaging versus like where you're making your money, but outside of that, I mean, it's refreshing to see 3 candidates that don't have sketchy dealings.
Yeah. Was there any? And forgive me, I may have missed this. Was there any like raw number on the total net worth of Ned Lamont? Because you hear these tens and hundreds of millions of dollars between his family and his cabling business. I mean, and his wife alone is very, very, very accomplished, venture capitalist. Yeah.
And they do have family money. They have a couple trusts set up.
Yeah.
No dollar amounts on that would have been like real juicy, but they did not list the dollar amounts on any of the stuff. And I didn't feel right. And, Googling their properties and telling people what, their homes were worth or their addresses. So I left that out of the article.
No. All right, folks, check it out. Megan Portfolio, our weekly check-in with the author behind the Hartford Portfolio. Anything else you may be working on with a little tease? What do we have in line?
Well, I did put one out yesterday, which was really interesting. The CBAC guys, the State Employees Bargaining Agent Coalition, they are having a super secret gubernatorial forum. The interesting thing is they put out the invitation, invite only. You have to be a state employee or family member.
Yeah.
They listed the event is 2 days after the primary, and on their invitation it said, come join us, Governor Lamont and Ryan Fazio. They completely left Josh Elliott off of the thing, and it's 2 days after the primary. It's like, hey, CBAG, you may think you're the fourth branch of government in Connecticut, but the Democrat voters still have a right to vote and select. No kings, so the voters are going to select who the nominee is. I did notice, so I published it yesterday, and I did notice they did update it.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. All right, Megan Portfolio. Meg, thanks. Have a happy rest of the week, and we'll chat next time around. Thank you.
Bye, Paul.
All right, Megan Portfolio there, so check it out. A cursory look at the finances of the gentleman who would like to remain governor and the 2 gentlemen who would like to replace him.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Still with just patchy volume, both 95 in the Parkway, Stamford and Norwalk. Both roadways very heavy through the Westport exits. Fairfield side on the Parkway still on the heavy side getting up to the mall in Trumbull. Northbound Route 8, no accidents reported, but a very heavy wave getting out of Shelton up to the Commodore Hull Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, below the 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Concert season's flying by, and right now we're in a heat wave. Don't miss any of these great upcoming shows. Friday, August 7th, you don't want to miss the legendary Rod Stewart with Richard Marx at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Saturday, August 8th, Billy Idol rocks out the Mohegan Sun Arena. Sunday, August 16th, the iconic Diana Ross performs at the Stanford Center for the Arts. Saturday, August 22nd, St. Kesha at Mohegan Sun. Sunday, August 23rd, you got a pair of shows to pick from. Andy Grammer at the Toyota Oakdale Theater in Wallingford and The Fray at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. Wednesday, August 25th, Squeeze performs with Adam Ant at Westville Music Bowl.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
He's live. He's local, and he's ready to get you through your workday. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, through the end of your workday or the middle of your workday or the beginning of your workday, whatever shift you work, we can get you through it right here with the great live programming we have or the other stuff we offer right here. 24/7, 365, WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online, voiceofct.com. Open phones, open texting the rest of the way, so come on in. The water's fine, and lots of chemicals in this water, too.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Siebertson. Doing what Ohio Congressman Max Miller publicly urged them to do, the House Ethics Committee formally announcing an investigation into Miller for allegedly domestic violence, abuse, or illegal drug use. Miller has denied allegations. Sources tell ABC News that President Trump called Miller, telling him his re-election campaign is in jeopardy. Bail set at $1 million for a man arrested for allegedly starting the largest of the 3 wildfires in Spokane, Washington. Flames melted electric and gas lines, says ABC's Alex Stone in Spokane, seeing repair crews.
In where there are fire crews right here trying to dig line and clean up the area, but what they're doing is building a road so power crews can get in and try to rebuild the power line. So they're actively doing that right now.
Acting Attorney General and AG nominee Todd Blanche has been confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee. A full Senate vote is ahead. This is ABC News.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Residents in Milford are weighing in on the flock camera debate. Many attended a Board of Aldermen meeting last night with a Milford Republican group asking for the cameras to be removed, citing privacy concerns.
It is the people against the corporations. It is the people against the government. Do not sleep. Do not take your rights for granted.
We've been told that Flock focuses on stolen vehicles, violent criminals, and missing people, but Milford's portal has shown searches labeled failed to yield, suspicious activity, anonymous tip, suspicious mail. That is broader than the narrow description residents were given.
The real issue is that these cameras are most likely in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Okay?
The meeting was the first of its kind since several cameras were vandalized in mid-July. City police are still searching for the suspects. While many are concerned that the cameras record the license plate, make, and model of every car picked up on the cameras, the company says the data is only stored for 30 days, and they are used to help locate stolen vehicles and missing persons. 2 Connecticut towns are shutting down their flock license plate readers. City officials in Windsor and Killingworth are killing the programs altogether. Law enforcement officials say the devices are critical to catching stolen vehicles, missing persons, and other incidents. Many residents are concerned about what the data is being used for and who is receiving the data. The Windsor Town Council voted 5-4 to not renew the city's contract with Flock in July. A man is facing DUI charges after hitting a 12-year-old boy on an e-bike. Milford police say 60-year-old Robert Norton failed multiple field sobriety tests following the crash around noon on Sunday. The boy's condition was not immediately made clear. Truvada, a health data and analytics firm, says that injury rates for kids on e-bikes and e-scooters have seen a 7-fold increase since 2023. The crash is under investigation, and anyone with information is being asked to contact the Milford Police Department. Early voting is underway for the Connecticut primaries. Voters will decide races for governor and the U.S. House. Early voting hours will run from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., with extended hours from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. on Tuesday and Thursday. The Connecticut primary will take place next Tuesday, August 11th. A boil water advisory has been lifted for thousands of residents and businesses in Waterbury. The advisory had been issued for approximately 15,000 customers after 2 water main breaks occurred along Tompkins Street. Officials say all water samples from the affected areas tested negative for bacteria. The Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is launching a new $7 million Laptop Connect program that will provide thousands of laptops through participating public libraries to help close the state's digital divide. Eligible Connecticut residents can borrow laptops for extended periods if they are at least 18 years old, have a library card from the participating town, qualify for programs such as SNAP and Husky Health, and don't already have a comparable computer at home. The initiative is being funded through the American Rescue Plan. Attorney General William Tong and a coalition of 43 states and territories have announced a proposed $400 million settlement with generic drug maker Sandoz, accusing the company of conspiring to inflate prices on prescription medications and limit competition. If finalized, Sandoz will pay approximately $469 million overall, including amounts from previous agreements, while also implementing internal reforms to comply with antitrust laws. The settlement follows a years-long multi-state investigation led by Connecticut into alleged price fixing across the generic drug industry.
This huge cartel of companies who have colluded illegally to artificially inflate the price of prescription drugs and agree amongst themselves to split up the market and not compete with each other so they can keep prices up here.
State officials say the case has already resulted in nearly $97 million in additional settlements with other drug manufacturers, with the first trial in the broader litigation expected to begin in 2027. Connecticut shoppers will get a bigger break during this year's sales tax-free week, with the tax-free limit increasing from $100 to $300 per item on eligible clothing and footwear. The annual tax holiday runs August 16th through August 22nd, and many items like backpacks, shoes, and higher-priced outerwear under the $300 limit will qualify. State officials say the change is designed to help families save more on back-to-school shopping, and items such as jewelry, handbags, and specialty athletic equipment remain subject to the sales tax. And UConn is bringing former program scoring leader Nikesha Sales back to the team as an assistant coach. Sales grew up and played high school basketball in Bloomfield before playing for the Huskies from 1994 to 1998. She left Storrs as the program's all-time scoring leader, but now sits in 7th place all-time. She had coaching stints at UCF and Georgia under Katie Abrahamson Henderson at both schools. Sales says returning to Storrs is a full-circle moment and she is grateful to be a part of the team's legacy again. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Accident reported Parkway southbound near exit 3 getting down to the state line. Northbound a little bit patchy. Volume out of Greenwich getting in through Stamford. A real heavy wave getting in through Westport. Slow pockets on the Fairfield side. 95 busy both directions. Greenwich, Stamford. A lot of company. Exit 17 getting up into Southport. Route 8 northbound pretty busy ride up to the Commodore Hall Bridge. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Tonight will be fair. We'll be in the low 60s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, open phones if you want to jump in here. The water is fine. I used to work with a guy who he had such a thick South African accent or something like that. Whenever he read his broadcast copy, water, W-A-T-E-R, he would say, I can mention his name. He was an international correspondent. He would say, water. The water rose 14 feet on the banks of the river the other night. Oh, God. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let us talk to our friend Dave in Meriden, who's on the line. Dave, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, Paul. How you doing?
Hey.
Earlier, we were talking about the flock cameras
Yeah.
and the Ring doorbell.
Yeah.
Remember I told you about a year ago, the Meriden police they came over to my house, wanted to see my Ring
Yeah.
camera because my neighbor's daughter's ex-husband denied ever coming over the house. Well, there he was. There was his car. So he got nailed, and the police are very glad that we had that. So they do serve a purpose. And
Yeah.
I have no problem with the flock cameras.
Yeah, and Dave, thank you. And I do remember that. Yes, I do remember when he was saying I didn't violate the protective order there, and he was. Yeah, and here's what I suspect. Now, if you're against something, you're going to be boisterous, and that's how that's one of the great things about this country. A grassroots movement can start out small, no matter how small you want it, and it can really grow into something fantastic and stupendous. But I would bet you, and I don't know how you would measure this, but I would bet you that there are more people, if you ask them about this, maybe if you did I'd love to see a national survey about this, or a Connecticut-based survey. I wonder if the amount of people who are actually in favor of these license plate readers is actually larger than people that want to get rid of them, or maybe they're just not as boisterous about it. Maybe they think, they'll never be taken down. And again, no system is perfect. I'm in no way, shape, or form saying that these cameras, and we say flock cameras. Flock is one manufacturer. There are 5 or 6 of them. But I would almost guarantee you, not quite, but I would almost guarantee you that more people are in favor of these than are not. And I'm not saying you should judge somebody regarding that. But listen, God bless the people who are against this, or who are at least raising valid questions about this. There's nothing wrong with raising questions, right? There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. And I think what's going to come out of this is you will see some municipalities say, hey, no to the cameras, we're going to get rid of them. And there's going to be a lot of cities and towns who are going to say, no, sorry, we know you're upset. But here's what we're going to do. We are going to openly publicize the data practices here. We will assign 1 or 2 officers to have to sign over or sign off on, rather, any recitation of older data, and we'll work at it that way. Just the way police departments sometimes, I guess they still have gun lockers and gun equipment rooms where people have to sign stuff out, right? They still do that? I know everybody has their sidearm, but are these things completely going away? No, they're not. I'm sure they're not. But there will be adjustments per city, per town, that everybody will they'll learn to live with it. They will. Because there is no way. Listen. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to have mayors, first selectmen, town managers. They're going to go to their police commissions. They're going to say, hey, I'm under some real big heat on this stuff. What do we do? And the police departments are going to say, well, if you get rid of this, we are going to lose a big tool to finding bad guys. Try and calm people down, and let's work on a way that we can at least give some people who are a little wary of this, we can give some people a little more confidence in the fact that we're not playing around with all this data.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
What if one classroom could change the future of an entire city? At Hall Neighborhood House in Bridgeport, that's exactly what's happening. The Alan Wallach STEM Learning Center is bringing hands-on science, technology, engineering, and math to 28 Bridgeport public schools, inspiring more than 14,000 students to discover new talents and become tomorrow's innovators. Because every child deserves the opportunity to dream and the tools to achieve it. Hall Neighborhood House, the heart of Bridgeport for 140 years.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Southbound Parkway accident near exit 3 in Greenwich. Delays getting down to the state line. Northbound sees a heavy wave out of Stamford. Very heavy still Norwalk into Westport. 95 heavy waves both directions through Stamford, Greenwich. Heavy into Westport. Exit 17 getting into Southport. Still busy northbound Route 8 up into the Commodore Hull Bridge. And eastbound 84 now an accident near exit 3 in Danbury with delays back to the state line. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield weather update.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight, below the 60s. Partly sunny tomorrow, below 80s. Thursday, a few showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He might not agree with you, but he promises to listen. Join Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, 203-333-9422, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The governor's campaign coming out swinging at Josh Elliott. How about this? You see this? Old mild-mannered Ned is cranking it up here. Listen, he's got, figuratively, of course, this is boot on the neck thing. And he thinks he's finally got Josh Elliott put away with the recent polling. And there is there's a new ad out there that alleges, and I guess it's okay to say this because it's in the ad. This is an ad from the governor's campaign that says Josh Elliott missed 240 votes in the House. And it is narrated by a longtime, very, very influential, very, very powerful Democratic State Rep Tony Walker of my hometown, the city of New Haven. Let me see if I can pull this up for you here. Let's give you some of this right here, okay? And let's try that.
The people that have elected you and sent you there. Josh Elliott has missed 240 votes. He was never there for us when we talked about ICE. He was never there when we talked about education in our schools. But he's always there for that photo op. Josh Elliott cares about Josh Elliott. He is not our guy. He is not the person that we want for the next 4 years. I want a governor who is battle-tested, and that is Ned Lamont.
I'm Ned Lamont, and I approve this message.
I'll bet you do. Yeah, now we clipped off the first part of it. Let me, with all due respect to Representative Walker, let me give this another re-rack here. This is not to benefit Governor Ned Lamont. He has purchased spots on this radio station, but this is in a news capacity here. The attack folks out, including State Rep Tony Walker.
Legislators have one job. You must represent the people that have elected you and sent you there. Josh Elliott has missed 240 votes. He was never there for us when we talked about ICE. He was never there when we talked about education in our schools. But he's always there for that photo op.
No.
Josh Elliott cares about Josh Elliott. He is not our guy. He is not the person that we want for the next 4 years. I want a governor who is battle-tested, and that is Ned Lamont.
I'm Ned Lamont, and I approve this message.
Yeah, it's what I want. A little down and dirty politics there. Now, 240 votes, and Josh Elliott is what? A 4-term legislator or a 5-term or something like that? I guess that, let's say it's 4, because he's running for a 5th, I think. So that would be 4 terms is 8 years. So 240 votes divided by 8 years, that's 30 votes. That's a lot. Now, I don't know how his campaign is going to respond to this. Maybe he would say, well, those were just late-night amendments that had no chance of passing. I don't know. So there you go. That voice you heard was State Representative Tony Walker of New Haven. The 240 missed votes, I'm just reading a Google overview here, refers to a political attack from Governor Ned Lamont's campaign targeting primary challenger Josh Elliott. The ad accuses Elliott of legislative absenteeism during his time in office. Okay. 240 votes missed. So will there be a response to this, or do you just not? See, when you respond to this stuff, you automatically draw attention to it. Plus, he's down by 40 points. So it's over, but this was just to get his name and photo out there. We'll see what happens. Let's go to one of my famous callers over the years. I've been doing this. Anonymous. Anonymous, you're on WICC. How are you?
Good. And yourself?
I'm good, Anonymous. What do you got?
So the arguments we're hearing today about the flock cameras is very similar to the arguments and discussions that took place when they put cameras on the highway.
Okay.
And when it was voted in to be, I think, by the legislature to allow it, or DOT, they said it was not going to be used by the police to protect people's privacy when they did it. Now, I know for a fact from a friend who was a state trooper that was not the case. That typically the state police would go upstairs in a certain place where those cameras were, and they'd monitor them on a regular basis.
Sure.
And while they couldn't attest to using what they saw on the cameras, they would direct questions to the officer on the scene to discover the information that they were aware of already by virtue of the cameras. So in the context of that, I just wanted to discuss something regarding the current debate that we have again on these cameras. We have a one-party system in Connecticut, and they removed qualified immunity from the police, and they gutted their authority. Now, I understand that you can make a lot of arguments regarding solving crimes and everything else, but I have a long-time background in this area, and I look at this, and there's no way that anyone is going to be able to stop that data from being used or even kept. And there'll be no monitoring. There's no way to really monitor it. The smart thing, and first of all, there's a very high temptation for towns to use this because it's a great revenue generator. Okay?
Now wait. Now hold on a second. You're talking about now revenue generator is the speed cameras and the red light cameras,
correct.
Not the flock cameras. All right. Just want to make sure. Okay. Yes.
Well, it's just speed cameras are around quite a bit.
Sure.
And red light cameras. Okay.
Yeah.
So they took away qualified immunity from the police, and there's less incentive because they can now be prosecuted for a perceived violation of someone's right, where in the past they had scrutiny, quite obviously, from the people that monitor them, but now they have personal liability, which they never had before.
Yeah.
So that's a real major issue, and it's a problem in this state because it's a very liberal state, and the police are the bad guys when they really are not. Okay? And the other comment I just make is regarding data that's taken with these cameras. Over time, any political party will abuse the system. I've seen it in the past, first-person experience, and I just wanted to make that point and add to the discussion that's currently underway.
Well, thank you, my friend. Appreciate the call. Good to hear from you, and make sure you get back to us. Appreciate it. Yeah, listen. This is not an easy thing to solve here. Here's how you solve there's two separate things here. Here's how you solve the controversy over the speed cameras and the red light cameras and the stop sign cameras. I think what you do is you maybe reassess where they are, saying, hey, we know these are around school zones. Is this the best place for these to be? Do people know about this? Is the signage big enough? That's something that has been debated. Even the one near us here at Connoisseur, the signs really aren't that big. Like, I know they're there because we know they're there. As far as the license plate scanners, the flock type scanners, the people who do not like them are going to have to admit and have to understand that they do help police and they are force multipliers. And a lot of you folks would say, well, can't we just hire more police? And then you'd be the first people to bitch and moan when your taxes go up. So the anti-plate scanner people have to understand that there are, by and large, in all likelihood, crimes, kidnappings, break-ins, stolen vehicles being, solved with these. But on the other hand, the police departments and these companies have to understand that there is a public cynicism out there that even though they believe in their product, they've got to fight the cynicism and be honest about it.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Southbound Parkway accident near exit 3 in Greenwich. Delays getting down to the state line. Northbound sees a heavy wave out of Stamford. Very heavy still Norwalk into Westport. 95 heavy waves both directions through Stamford. Greenwich heavy into Westport. Exit 17 getting into Southport. Still busy northbound Route 8 up into the Commodore Hull Bridge. And eastbound 84 now an accident near exit 3 in Danbury with delays back to the state line. Tom Colangelo, WICC Traffic.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Miller Nissan of Fairfield, weather update.
Tonight will be fair. We'll be in the low 60s. Partly sunny and warm tomorrow in the low 80s. Thursday, a few scattered showers and a thunderstorm in the afternoon in the mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Looking for the lowest price on Continental tires? Go to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any Continental tire you choose. Plus, Town Fair Tire gives you the most free services for life. That's more free services than any other tire dealer. For the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services for life on your Continental tires, nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for the office manager. Be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for the office manager. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All righty, thank you, Chris Williams, thank you, Paul Piorek, who else? Oh, thank you, Tom in traffic over there. We appreciate it. Keep an eye out tonight, folks. You want to watch the Michigan Democratic Senate primary. This is being viewed as a bellwether primary. I know it's in Michigan, but a lot of people are saying, hey, this far-left DSA progressivism, or even if they're not in the DSA, this is not going to translate to Middle America, to Michigan. Michigan's a purple state. It's got some rural areas as well. Well, we'll see. Upper Peninsula, Lower Peninsula. So a progressive former health official, Dr. Abdul El Sayed, taking on Congresswoman Haley Stevens. She is the, if you will, old line centrist. She's not even old, too. She's relatively young. So, boy, I got to tell you, if Mr. Syed wins this tonight, it's going to be Rutrow Scooby time with the National Democratic Party.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Bail is set at $1 million for a man arrested for allegedly starting the